disappear. You can't find me, you can't find me here. Soon the world will be far behind. I tried to get away, but you keep sending me a sign. Oh, baby, there's nothing I can do. Baby, I'm telling you the truth.
Everyone wants a spot at ESL Pro League, but there's only one available for South America. I'm Boggs, joined by Pineapple Phillips. This is the end of Stage 1 of the ESL Pro League Season 22 South American Closed Qualifiers. We have Legacy and Dusty Roots in a mano-a-mano grudge match, with one team moving on to Stage 2, the other one bowing out at the beginning of this tournament. Now, we're hopping into the game pretty quick, so let's look at the vetoes here, Nate, and break this one down.
Yep, of course, Legacy being that higher seed, they're going to start as Team B. Anubis, the ban by Dusty Roots, makes sense, it's their permanent ban. Train, the same for Legacy, no surprises there. Dust 2 being picked by Dusty Roots to start things off is an interesting one, playing to their strengths and their opponent's weaknesses. Mirage, the pick of Legacy. Solid map for them as well, a 7-1 record versus a 0-1 for their opponents, leading to Ancient and Nuke as the final bans, and Inferno, if needed, as a decider.
Of course, Legacy need no introduction if you did watch the last major. Legacy made it into the top 16, did very well as a last-second fill instead of Bestia. Was not surprised personally with how they've done, given the kind of improvement they showed towards the tail end of last season of Challenger League, and just the potential which this team possesses. But you mentioned Dust 2 maybe being a weak point of this Legacy roster. They beat FaZe and BetBoom during the major on this map, so Dusty Roots has some tough work ahead of them, with their really only major recent wins being against Shinden and Burn on the map. Shinden earlier today.
Yeah, and frankly, there's no easy map for them going into this one because Legacy have such an advantage. They're coming off that hot streak from the major. They're number 16 currently in the world according to HLTV. They're just, on paper, head and shoulders above the likes of Dusty Roots, who, again, this is their best map in terms of overall performance, 5-2, and the worst map that they could have picked for their opponents, but still, as you mentioned, going to be far from easy. An uphill battle through and through. It looks like we are getting into the action as well. A brief technical pause as we have a player resetting, maybe reconnecting. Hopefully not too long of an issue to solve. And Legacy starting on the defense of their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, and I think for Legacy, they just want to start off stable. Just kind of control what you can here. Not get into any chaos. Just hold a sight, click your heads, and just try and start off smooth. Another thing, too, Dust 2 is the most played map for Dusty Roots. 7, their next is Nuke at 5. Meanwhile, Nuke's arguably the best map for their opposition. So, when you look at what Dusty Roots had as an option, this one really does make sense. But for Legacy, again, it's just play your game. Don't let the underdog hang around for too long. Don't give Dusty Roots that kind of respect that will allow them back into the game or into the game in the first place. And just get the job done. Move on and keep on pushing forward, because this is a Legacy team that really has no other option but to make Pro League out of this qualifier.
Yeah, that's the only way that they can really justifiably maintain that momentum coming off of their surprisingly solid performance at the major. Anything short of that will be a disappointment for them, so the pressure's on, and again, as you mentioned, day one, this last match for these two teams before Stage 2 is an elimination match. The loser will not continue on into Stage 2, so pressure is high. We've seen Legacy deal with stress well. The question is, can Dusty Roots do the same?
And Dusty Roots going for an A execute towards long from the looks of the early positioning. One player in pit to defend is Lato. Dumao goes for a peek and a swing and will not connect. Lato, though, is spotted in towards pit, takes a dink and hits a nice shot onto frag. But Maxor next, 2 quick ones. Lux does respond. He needs to be great for this Legacy team. But RZK, big onto Sadzine. Nissim and Lux now the last 2 alive. Nissim on that long rotation. Lux still lurking around, playing in that smoke. Nissim on the fast rotation. Backstab in, but no! RZK is ready for it, and Max Core has Lux through the edge of that smoke. And so Dusty Roots claim the pistol. Don't get the bomb down, but they win the pistol round. However, Legacy, they're gonna buy back in. They're gonna go all in on this one. And Dusty Roots are ready for this with 4 Galils coming through and potentially an AK on Max Core. But he's actually going to get the AK over to RZK. Galils on the rest, and the utility's not too bad. So Dusty Roots are ready to receive what Legacy can push.
they are, but you have to be very careful around this scout pistol duo. One body shot and a eagle shot or two at range is all that's required to get a player down. So they have to play very together. Don't give up those rifles. Don't let them fall in a recoverable spot if they do go down. Dusty Roots kind of spread out right now. Getting long control, falling back, grouping up in the tunnels. They're looking down below towards lower, but it seems like they might be incentivized to go towards B. That would be the right call. There's only one player here to defend. That's Nissim all the way at the doors. He's now sneaking in towards the actual tunnels themselves. He might press for information. The Molotov will give it away. The question is, do they respect the smoke? Do they wait? No. They're going to nade it open. Nissim to receive. Gets one. Good shot. It's a quick trade from Tommy.
Ooh.
And a second for Goody. But Sadzine jumping. Drops Tommy. Now we're back to a 3 versus 3 and a tag onto the player lurking in middle. Does he get away? Yes, he does, at least for the time being. Sight has been taken, but the Mao finally finishes off the player lurking down below. 3 versus 2 for Legacy. Sadzine and Dumao are tagged a good bit. They might want to try and save this Galil unless Lux can find a kill in the next couple of seconds.
Does not clear the corner. Max Core was hiding around. RZK, nice one onto the first entry, and then Max comes in from tons to seal out Dumao. 2 wins for Dusty Roots to start off this map, their pick. They do sustain significant casualties in this round. Now, caveat, we are not playing on the new patch. For those of us just joining, the new patch, of course, has Overpass, some CT Molly changes, a monetary boost based on kills to the CT side to kind of balance out that economy, and a faster spread to the CT Molotov. All very good changes, I think. The removal of Anubis, I guess, is kind of the one sort of scar on that whole update, but in general, looks great, but we're going to be playing on the old version of the game. So, none of those new changes will be implemented here as of now. Cologne will be the first ESL major event that will have the new update on it.
Forgot to mention the MP9 changes as well.
Yeah, the MP9 change is absolutely massive, which is, what, 4 or 5 years overdue at this point?
Yeah, it was the same situation for the UMP, though. It took way too long to nerf that SMG.
Yeah. Which I might go start using the UMP when I get back into the server and not watching
tried it. It's not good. Not good.
No, MP9's still better.
I haven't tried the new MP9, but it doesn't seem like I got the same nerf as the UMP. Push in middle for the MAC-10, trying to get some cash, but it is dinked down, and now it's 5 HP with a combined fire between pistols. Nissim gets some information towards top middle as well. Lots of control towards A for Legacy. Dusty Roots are going to quickly pivot into a B pick. It makes sense, but Lux through the smoke finds one, tags a second, and gets an upgrade. He's still alive as well. 35 seconds left. If Legacy can rotate in quickly enough, they might be able to stop this, or at least buy enough time, but no. The hold in the middle from Tommy. Max scores well, finding Sadzine. Lux somehow buys so much time over at Carr, but because his teammates got hamstrung on the rotation, there's simply no one to back him up.
Carr's dead.
It's one. Carr's dead. The bomb isn't down yet either. But it is indeed reined in. A chaotic end to that round. Another close, hard-fought round. The Dusty Roots wins, but it does not help out their economy. They have to reinvest everything to put rifles and an op on the board in round 4.
They're all in again, but the op's going to be out for Legacy. Our first real gun round is a reset scenario for both sides, when realistically it should only be that for the CTs who have not yet won a round. Max is watching, but he's got the bomb there, so they might go for the boost over Tom. They will indeed, but it's just a cat play. They don't want to peek down towards middle, despite that. That's exactly why the tag is landed. Great start. Sadzine looking to open things up significantly. But RZK does get the opener from Xbox. That rifle support for Sadzine is down. Legacy starting off a little bit slower. Dusty Roots, of course, did have to play earlier today against Shiden to make it to this round of stage 1. So they are currently warm. They're currently firing on all cylinders. But how big can they stretch that lead before Legacy wake up in earnest? Still looking to see those individuals really shine on the Legacy side. Seen a couple of moments from guys like Lux and Nissim, but need to see a lot more and a lot more consistently from them. as time ticks down to just under the minute mark, and a 4 versus 4 with very minimal utility for the CT, actually a 5 versus 4, excuse me, with minimal utility for the CT side, puts Legacy in a bit of a bad spot. Dusty Roots, though, if they work into A, are going to walk into the jaws of the beast.
Doesn't seem like they will, though. Tommy, paranoid about that boost over. We saw it come into play on the go-round. Instead, though, Nissim's actually outside window on the jump-up. He is the only B defender, the only mid defender as well. He knows it. He races in towards B. It's well read by Dusty Roots, but still Nissim finds a second and almost a third onto the Opera, who's left to try an entry. Again, down to the wire. 20 seconds. Nissim finds RZK. The Op racing forward finally gets the kill. With 15 seconds left and low HP, MaxCore might just get caught on this crossing. 10 seconds remain. The spot is there, and the shot lands for the Op of Sadzin for Goody. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, but he's left alone in a 1v3 with the flank coming through. He's caught before time expires. And Legacy put a round on the board. Dusty Roots letting rounds get away from them, and that comes to bite them in round 4.
That really does come to bite them, but it's been close even when Legacy did not exactly have the best of buys. Technical pause comes through, our second, as one of the Dusty Roots members has disconnected. That's Tommy. It is Tom. But we'll see if Legacy can keep up this kind of pressure. That was a great hold from Nissim, though. I mean, just the way that he's able to get that second with the flashbang coming through. Knows he doesn't have a lot of ammunition, but at least wants to go 2 for 1 to at least level the scoreboard at the playing field and allow his teammates a little bit more time to get back in. But the Op entering buys him more time, which allows him to get the reload off, tuck into car, and then even get that third kill before finally falling to the AWP. But that was just a brilliant job by Nissim. A little bit messy on the first engagement, but everything else was pristine.
Dusty Roots, maybe the spacing wasn't quite up to par, but they had the right read when it comes down to it. They had mid control, they smoked off the cross, they got up mid towards B for free, and they had 2 coming out of tunnels into 1 defender. The only spanner in the works, of course, was that 1 defender. Nissim coming in huge with 3 kills at around 30 seconds left. If he hadn't had that much success, if the spacing was a bit better on the entry, if the second rifle was there instead of the Op to go for the second man in entry out of the tunnels, things could have been entirely different. Dusty Roots could have gotten site control before Legacy got down bottom middle and sat outside the doors. But instead, Dusty Roots let this one slip by. We'll have to see if they make adjustments going forward. We have another disconnect, or at least a reset on the side of Legacy this time around. I'm beginning to worry maybe this technical issue might be a longer one rather than a shorter one.
Well, hopefully it'll go shorter rather than longer. Looks like a couple players are saying lag is the reason why. But we should be good. Give it a little bit longer, a couple minutes, and we should be back into the action here. As things have not really begun in this series. I mean, it's still early days on Dust 2. Dusty Roots, of course, have that lead. But how much longer will it last, given how ravenous Legacy have been, regardless of buy, regardless of the situation? They've been able to pull some critical kills, at least keeping that T economy from growing out of their hats. And Dusty Roots right back into it now. Have the Scout, 3 Deagles, AK, boost up for MaxCore, but he won't spot the jump across from Sadzin, who has to be careful. Now he's spotted, and the shot's taken. But I don't think Sadzin really needs to face here, and he doesn't agree, or he does not think he needs to either. He agrees with me, and we'll just wait a little bit longer, finally go back to mid. Get tested with the first, but he does not answer the call. Down bottom mid, though, there's a chance. Flashes go over from both sides. A tag onto the second. He's already got one. The nade might just finish it off. It's Dumouz who does, but a deagle shot from next, only good for 1. As up comes the cat push. Sadzin, another one on the op, and Tommy stuck. Over towards Xbox. Players swarming around him. No bomb. No safety. No cover. 3 different angles to hold against. He's just strung out to dry here. Finally falls. A pretty clean CT round on the anti-force buy from Legacy.
Very solid round from them. That's the Legacy I expected to see. Now that they've got rifles in hand and that advantage to boot, they're making the most of it and making quick work of rounds. Lux going for an MP9. He could have gotten up to rifle by a lot, though, if he really wanted one, but he's reading the economy well. He knows that Dusty Roots are going to be on a save or something similar. It is a near full save as well. One flash, one P250, and a bunch of Glocks are all that Dusty Roots have. They'll go out long through the Molotov. Mouse here needs to be careful not to get overrun, and he actually only gets a single kill before falling. Tommy as well is given enough space to pick up a rifle. I guess he needs to be careful. Lux is pushed up behind. This MP9 should be good for quite a few, given how low on HP they are. Gets 2, spots the 3rd, can't quite get the kill. Finally gets it with the USP, and gets the last to boot. A quick one. But a round where things could have spiraled out of control for Legacy if things just went a little bit more wrong.
Yeah, it didn't start out great, sticking around a little bit too long, but it's cleaned up nicely. Lux gets himself a couple of kills with the MP9, 2 with the USP. Gets to relish in the strength of the MP9 one last time. His flashes go over. Full buyout for Dusty Roots without the op, and actually utility's quite poor for them as well. A couple of flashbangs, a couple of smokes, a couple of Molotovs, all they have left, 3 of the latter 2. Sudzine moving around quite mobile on the CT side. Up on Catwalk this time. We've seen him around bottom mid quite a bit. Now he's getting around. Spots one, takes a flick, but does not want to overextend as Molotovs are exchanged. He'll drop off and drop away. Takes a safe rotation as well. Does not want to give anything over to Dusty Roots. No advantage. Look how much utility Dusty Roots have used. Lux around the mid doors. Can't quite get 2. Lotto at least gets the trade, so it's a 2 for 1 for the CTs. Nissim, though, from Chain Link needs to come up big. Comes out for 1. Sprays a second 2 before falling as Lotto got domed out towards mid doors. Max score last alive. No op in his hands. Just the AK. Molotov to buy more time. Op M4 on the rotation. Flashbang up. 1 contact, which could have been messy should Dumao have lost it. But that's a shoulda, woulda, coulda. Just the potentialities there. It's a good win by Dumao, and a 3rd, 4th on the board for Legacy as they'll take a lead, and eventually they'll get the bomb defused. Just looking for all that utility, which was not there because Dusty Roots had nothing left by the time they actually got to B.
Got a T-side Molotov. At least that's a pretty invaluable piece of kit. You can't buy that on the CT side.
And it is better.
And it is far better, especially in this patch. Legacy take the lead, though, 4-3. When the rifles come out, they are finding tremendous success. Sudzine is at 10K in the bank already. Everybody's above 3K as well. Legacy beginning to build a burgeoning economy. Dusty Roots, a half buys on the cards, some Deagles, some Tech 9s, and 1 scout for max core. RZK tries to jump through the smoke at long in hopes of finding someone up close. Instead, he's greeted by 2 different rifles. Lato. He's found perfect timing. Coming up tons. He spots 1, and now a 2nd and a 3rd. He has all the information. Now it's just Nissim's turn to, again, mop things up over on the B side. He is tagged down. Max core at 16 HP. Nothing he can do. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. So Legacy continue their tear and again continue to build up an oppressive CT side economy.
Yeah, that CT economy continues to grow more and more strongly. The GDP looking quite good on the Legacy side of things. Dusty Roots able to buy up again, but not much left in the coffers. They got the op back for max score, though. So let's see if we can have another impact in this one. Nothing down through bottom middle. Job is going to be elsewhere on the map, more stationary towards A. A general abandonment of the cat position early on from Legacy this time, who have been very fluid in their CT defenses. They have been quite active from the cat side of things very often, although I guess they're figuring the Molotovs are going to come out from Dusty Roots. The conditioning is in play, which it really is at this point. You see 2 Molotovs used just for that liquid space that has been taken. Well timed on the nade as well as Lux is in prime position. Molotov comes in. That's a brilliant adjustment from Legacy on this A hold.
Dusty Roots, their default was quite solid at the start, but it's proving to be a bit inflexible. As you mentioned, Legacy are making the right adjustments and the right reads, whereas Dusty Roots are kind of just doing the same thing. Wasting so much utility just to get control of Catwalk. One smoke left. One Molotov left. Actually, 2 smokes now. X and RZK have those. But not a lot to work with and not a lot of time either. 45 seconds left. 3 players on A to stop this take. One is holding long. And the utility pretty clearly broadcasts what's going on or what they're planning to do. 30 seconds left. Player set up in Goose. Sadzine as well on the op at the corner. Spots the first missed shot though. Lux now flashed. Goes for the peek. Can't connect shots either. Tommy doubling down. The Mao next to bat. Cross from long, but similarly taken down. RZK puts him to bed. And 2 versus 5 for Lato and Nissim. They want nothing to do with this round. They're already out back in towards their site, in towards B. And Dusty Roots, don't push your luck. All 5 of you are still standing. You've got a second op if you want it. Save up, build up a T economy. It's much easier to do. Come back into this one. Again, Dusty Roots.
I'm right there with you.
Not pressing their luck. Well done from them. And again, their play is very broadcast. It's not subtle, straightforward. But if they can hit their shots, it works cleanly.
Which they did hit their shots in that last round. To great effect. No real answer from Legacy, despite reading the whole entire round like a book. The utility was great. They didn't have an HE late for that site hold, which I think did hamstring them a little bit. If they had that HE, it might have been better. Maybe Lux doesn't get overwhelmed as quickly and he can get a kill out of that, but overall, it's a very good round from Dusty Roots to come up from being red, still play their game, and come out on top. Hit their shots. That's a confidence builder for sure against a team which is becoming one of the best in the region. So, we'll see what the younger Dusty Roots team can do as more utility is used up on Catwalk. Lux this time a very proactive position with Dumao right behind him. Starting to throw counter utility in. RZK knows who's here, but Lux will not miss that. Easy whack-a-mole kill. And a good start for Legacy. Nobody else peeking in. It's a good adjustment from Legacy here too. They have their pick. Do they need to push through? No. Why are they going to give up the man advantage? Why go give up everything they've just worked so hard to gain with that very slim chance of an extra kill?
Past the minute mark now as well. Dusty Roots have their mid control. They have their cat control. They're worried about a push, but Legacy really don't push when it comes to rifle rounds. Especially not when they have the advantage. They're too regimented, too well structured to go for a risky play like that. Dusty Roots wants to go for a B site play. 3 tons. Tommy lurking in middle. Paranoid by that player underneath the smoke. Lux on the right side. Again, Nissim here to defend. He finds 1, he finds 2. Spots the 3rd. The op again left to entry alone. And the adjustment has been made. There's a second player on the site, even if Nissim falls. The Mao catches the lurk of Tommy. And with 3 seconds left, the max score is already in his own spawn. 6-4. Again, Dusty Roots leaving it 2 down to the wire. Failing to find their entries, even when they had that advantage on the fight. A 2 versus 1, essentially. And a tactical timeout rightfully used by Dusty Roots going into round 11.
Nissim's anchoring's been incredible on B, though. He's been able to find multi-kills where he reasonably shouldn't. And he's locking things down. Yeah, he had the extra man this time, but Lato wasn't even needed in any of that engagement. It was just Nissim sitting down, holding mouse 1, clicking heads, spraying people down. Perfect job by him, and he's been the real catalyst for this Legacy side on CT. Only 2 more rounds left in the half, too. A chance for an 8-4 lead going into T side for Legacy. And heading into that second half pistol, too. A funny anecdote about Legacy's pistol rounds on Dust 2, Nate. Coming into this game, prior to that first pistol round loss, they had a 16.7% win rate on the pistols. Sub 80%. Or sub 20%, excuse me.
20, I was saying 16 or 6D is. So I was confused there for a second.
Yeah.
Abysmal pistol.
16.7. 16.7. And they don't clear the box.
Lato hasn't done that in quite a while. He's trying to double down as well. He has a swing from Nissim just in case. 4 versus 3. Dusty Roots at least found some inroads towards middle. Catching Sadzine. Bomb again quickly rotating around towards B, and once again there are 2 defenders here to try and stop this take.
They don't want to try it. They do not want to test Nissim again. Can't say I blame them.
If spacing was a little bit tighter, they would be able to get him before his spray reset.
That's true. You called the spacing into question a bit earlier as well. On that first play by Nissim where he got 3 in that first Legacy round.
It was nearly solid. Not quite perfect.
Guess that's the difference between Dusty Roots and a top 20 team now, isn't it?
Yeah, we didn't really highlight that. Legacy, we said what they were the big favorites. We didn't talk about how much. Number 16 versus number 135, according to HLTV rating. Again, the cat plays the call. 2 players here to defend. And Lux again cleared out a Goose. Good shot. This time around, though, Demau on ramp will get 1. And there's a flash to support. Goes for the second, finds it, spots the third, trying to plant in the dying embers of the round. And Demau will triple down in this one. 7-4 for Legacy. Possibility of 8. And again, Dusty Roots prevented from getting that bomb plant means that they won't have an op in play. And they'll be struggling in terms of utility. 2 Galils, in fact. Not what you want to see going into the final round of the first half on your map pick.
Not at all. The utility's alright for the T side because they went for 2 Galils, but the lack of firepower the Galils offer, that's a major concern for Dusty Roots, and I'm not going to say a must-win round 12, but it's pretty darn close to it, given the fact that outside of the pistol round and the subsequent, Dusty Roots have only won 1 gun round, and that was where they kind of just all popped off, and you could also argue that some of the positionings and rotations weren't great from Legacy on that 8-hold. So, for Dusty Roots, once the guns come out to play, it has not been their day, and they just dry peek middle into the op of Sadzine, which has been middle the vast majority of the time. He spots out a second player, knows utilities coming from lower tunnels, can still try to hold. Don't feed the op anymore. Try to make a move somewhere else, but the utility and the reads from Legacy are just everywhere Dusty Roots have defaulted to.
Dusty Roots have a game plan, like I mentioned, but it's inflexible. They get mid control, they peek to try and test that opper, they get cat control. And Legacy have just been able to pivot around that. They figured it out by round 4 or 5. From there, even when Legacy don't have utility to stop a take, you know, Legacy haven't had to ration their utility. And still win it by positioning, by knowing Dusty Roots' overall playstyle. Molotov in towards CT. It's now actually a crossing smoke on the crossing. Lato at window finds the first, finds the second, knows the third probably ignores. It's Nissim's turn instead to find that. No, it's Lato instead to actually get the third. But next alone, coming out of tunnels, he finds 2 on the Galil, grabs an upgrade. 8 seconds left, though. He has to get the bomb down, taps it, hoping someone swings. He gets another kill. Lux and Sadzine now left to figure it out. Next, tries to get the plant, but Lux on the swing gets the kill. 8-4 for Legacy as we hit the halftime break. Dusty Roots, they got the pistol round, the second and the third off of that. And from there, a slide with only one sign of success in the first half. Sounds like we're having some technical issues that should hopefully be solved sooner rather than later. Again, it's Pineapple Phillips and Boggs on the mic, and Legacy looking to make short work of their opponent's map pick to start off this best of three.
Well, we've got a bit of a technical pause to kick this one off, which hopefully will again be on the shorter side.
Fingers
But
crossed.
it's a critical pistol round for Dusty Roots, Nate. They really have to win this one. And if they don't, it's 9, 10, 11, 4 before they're even able to field a full set of rifles. It's
Pressure.
a lot of pressure.
Yeah, pressure's mounting, and you can be devil's advocate, and you can say if they get a pistol round and a start like they did in the first half, it'll be 7-8, which will almost put them back at a tied ball game, but I don't know. Legacy did so well at controlling the map on their CT side, and they did look better individually as well, looking at Nissim specifically over on that B side, getting multi-kill after multi-kill. So I'm not sure what Dusty Roots can do in this one to bring it back. The pistol round gives you hope, but it's much needed hope at this stage, just given how dour things have been. Legacy get long control, have a lurk in middle. Dusty Roots will quickly rotate around. They have some utility, and they'll use that. Lux, though, finds the opening.
Bomb spotted.
Bomb spotted. Lux in middle finds a lurk on Catwalk. That's both kills going the way of the lurk. Next already dinked down. Players up close on the CT side are going to struggle against Glocks, and that they very much do. It's a flawless one for Legacy, and as we mentioned, might be the final nail in the coffin for Dusty Roots on this first map.
Yeah, it all starts with that Lux dry fight at mid-range against the CT player. Wins that, goes back to Catwalk, gets gifted a push, takes that as well. In the meantime, his team is scaling up along with utility. Everybody wins out their fights on A. And it's just an utter collapse for Dusty Roots, who forced buy into this one. I can see why they do it here. It's a bit of a gamble, but I think maybe arguably less than a gamble than trying to come back down 10-4. Aggression coming through, though, and there's a tag from the scout. A team nade onto Tommy, and that just makes things go from bad to worse for Dusty Roots. A brilliant return, though, for Goody through that smoke. Takes a shot and lands his kill. Does not recover the gun, though. But at least he levels it out at 4 versus 4. Messy spray from Sadzine with that flash from Lato supporting, but eventually comes up with a kill. Now Cat under the control. Lux thinking about going for something more. Thinks better of it as the shadow shows. Watches the Cat as the bomb goes down, and for Dusty Roots, there's no way back in. They're going to have to save. They'll be 3 rounds away from being uprooted on their own pick. And Legacy will have more than enough rivalry and utility for that next round, only losing 1. I don't think they're going to go for the hunt. It's not really worth giving up a potential gun. Just make sure that 1 long is not recoverable, and everything else is good.
The only thing dropped is a scout, which would be scary. 2 scouts on the CT side, but it's not an actual rifle. So that's good, at least for Legacy. 10-4. And 11-4 likely off the back of that. Given the lack of time that Dusty Roots had to build up an economy, I could see them just trying to force buy time and again. To see exactly what they have up their sleeve, if anything. We've also only seen 1 tactical timeout from them. Wondering if we might see a second one going into this first rifle round, but we'll have to wait and see. There are some upgraded pistols. Goody and Tommy both have Deagles. Question is, can they find anything? Scout tags Tommy down middle very quickly. RZK down middle incredibly quickly. He's trying to get aggressive, trying to just find an advantage that they can exploit early on.
Still heavy A presence from Dusty Roots as Legacy prime themselves for a long A take. Do have to worry about that scout in Max Core's hands. There's a tag though, but a better shot in return from Max Core gives the CTs an advantage. Not in terms of firepower, but manpower. Early on, as we begin to engage the skirmishes around this A site. Max still up on site, takes another shot, but he's tagged lower and lower. Finally put down. Tommy falls as well. Dumao up. Cat has Nissim with him. Nissim caught through the shoulder of Dumao, but unfortunately for Ferguti, it does not turn into more incredible of a clip. Long range 5-7 taps, not working for Next. And it's GG, go next round as Legacy take it again. And finally, Dusty Roots will have a bye, which will lack an op unless Ferguti goes glass cannon. Does not elect to do that. So full M4's utility, but there is one glaring $400 lack for the CT side. No diffuser available.
No diffuser, and 4/5 of the squad are lacking helmets. Lato and Lux can both get one-shot headshots on the Galils. And at long range, especially like at long, for example, that can become a significant factor. Again, Legacy go for long control. Nissim leading the charge, getting pit, almost finds a kill, but beheaded by Max Core. Tommy supporting. 4 versus 5. Legacy down early, but the Mao should have this one dead to right on Cat. Maybe even a second on the transfer. Not quite successful in that endeavor. Jump up from Max Core, though. Aggressive when spamming the smoke. Does finally get a trade, maintaining the advantage for Dusty Roots. Legacy keeping a high tempo on their T side. Still a minute 5 in the round. They have rotated all the way around and grouped up towards B. There's only one defender here. This is the right call from Legacy. Especially if they can find Next quickly.
They're going to need to do it with keeping Lux alive as well. Only one flashbang in. They're going to drive fight. He spots the one on site. That is Next. And Next has not been removed. Takes out Lux instead. And Lato as well. Next channeling Nissim on this B side hold. And now Zadzine will probably look to throw that op out of the map here.
Or save.
Will he be allowed to is the question. That's a lot of time on the clock. 18 seconds plus stoppage. So we'll see. If Max keeps going silently, it looks better and better for Zadzine. And I think it will end up working out in his favor. There's money enough to buy. Dumao can drop Lux. But I think for Legacy, maybe don't try A long this round. Try something a little bit different.
Seen a lot of long control for Legacy. I don't know if we even saw a single true challenge like that at long from Dusty Roots. Boost up middle though, in this round proper. And Next trying to jump across is caught by the op of Zadzine. Very quick on the pull. And an early advantage for Legacy. Op still showing some presence in middle. Legacy quickly taking control of this part of the map.
Good avoidance of the long area from Legacy. And Dusty Roots over 2 in the B hold. But with mid open, there's a lot of exposed area for the CT to defend. And now they're going to go aggressive into upper tunnels. A solo push. Any utility for Tommy. Will there be a flash? No, he's going to go in dry. Not clear the boxes! And Nissim gets himself a free upgrade if he can get to it. Max is going to take nade damage, walk right into Lux as the smoke is still up. And now with the salvaged M4, RZK falls to his own teammate's weapon. For Goody on the long flank in a 1 versus 5 ace clutch scenario, shut down by a tap from Lux. And Legacy 7 map points on their opponent's pick of Dust 2 to close out the opening map of this last round of Stage 1 in this qualifier. Mirage up next. And if you know anything about Legacy's Mirage, you know they are spectacular on it.
Definitely one of the teams that you want to watch if you want to learn the map, Mirage. Of course, everybody who watches Counter-Strike should already know it. 2 MP9s and a FAMAS. No kit. A lot of players lacking helmets. Dusty Roots' backs are against the wall again. They were not the favorite in this matchup, but you'd think the hope they had in this best of 3 stemmed mostly from their map pick, and given the dire straits they find themselves in now, it does not bode well for their future chances in this qualifier. Legacy grouping up mid, throwing utility to clear out the close angles, pushing up. 4/5 of the team is here. It looks like a B split is probably on the cards, given that lurk outside of tunnels for Nissim. Omno still sitting top middle.
They have time.
They do. 2 defenders on B. Dusty Roots, they have spaced out the utility well. Just now smoking tunnels at 35 seconds or thereabouts. That might compel Legacy to go for a different kind of play. Mid to B seems more likely now. Max score, 1 and done. Traded immediately. 4 versus 4. Now
RZK took 48 to Molly.
48 to Molly. Now on backside. Still 2 defenders at least to stop this take. The issue is it's coming from 2 fronts. Tunnels and doors. And that proves too much for Dusty Roots to handle. Just Fraguti. He's in tunnels, being held for by Lato in an off angle. And the hopes of Dusty Roots die on their first map as they lose it in a rather one-sided affair, 13-5 to start off this best of 3.
Yeah, rather rough start for Dusty Roots as they get manhandled on their own pick. Legacy started off a little bit slow, going down 3-0, losing that opening pistol, but once they got a nice hero play from Nissim, the whole team rose with that rising tide. And Dusty Roots, something to forget as they look forward to Mirage, which is our next map. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back on the other side of this break with Mirage. We'll see you in about 10 minutes.
Oh, what a feeling. Get in the groove.
This is a magical moment, and not every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
It was a strong finish after a bit of a shaky start for Legacy versus Dusty Roots in the first map, the pick of the Dusty Roots of Dust 2. Boggs and Pineapple Phillips with you for this Stage 1 elimination matchup between these two teams. And Nate, we go now to Legacy's Bastion. 7-1 record on Mirage, including a win against FaZe Clan. And so, we're going to see if Dusty Roots can mount a defense, but their 0-1 record does not exactly inspire confidence. And when you look at how few and far between Dusty Roots play Mirage, it looks even worse. They played it once in the last 3 months. That was today against Shinden, a 13-11 loss.
Yeah, it does not bode well for them coming into this one. I will give you one benefit of the doubt, though. That is that Dusty Roots are playing a map that everybody should at least know how to play in terms of pugs, because it is by far and away the most popular map to pug or to play in Premier and matchmaking or anywhere, really. So it's also been in the map pool for who knows how long. Too long,
Eons.
in many people's opinions, yeah.
It's
virtually
never been
unchanged
out
as
since
well.
I started playing.
Yeah, same. There's been mild iterations like graphical updates, some changes to like bench, putting the bench in middle, but nothing else has really been touched on the map. And again, since we started playing, and we have been playing for a very long time, so Dusty Roots at the very least should have the familiarity down. It's not like a new map. It's not like the reimagining of Train, for example, but again, Legacy are a strong team on the map. Legacy going to dictate the pace of this first half as well on the T side. 2 sets of utility between Sadzine and Nissim. And full Kevlar for Dusty Roots as an A plays going to come through. Smoke towards stairs and jungle. And a likely pop out Palace towards a CT take. The issue is this 2-man setup on the A site catches them by complete surprise. Lux does get the 2 kills at long last, but rotations have quickly come in. And Legacy are still down a man without the bomb being planted. Next, finds yet another kill, and Lux is alone to try and 1v3 ace clutch. This one, it's not going to come through. And this map starts much like the last, with a Dusty Roots victory on the pistol.
Another Dusty Roots victory on that pistol. And another strong performance on the pistol round 2 from them. But can they translate that into rifle success? That's the biggest question. Legacy, I think, went out a little bit cockily. They did not really clear their corners. They didn't clear their angles. They just took long-range duels against USPs with Glocks. It doesn't exactly go well most of the time. And so they get paid for their they get punished for their hubris. And now, Lux will eat a big nade down towards middle, finished off by Tommy. And so this pistol force spy that Legacy go for is falling apart. Fragoody with 2 on the scaffolding with the MP9. Tommy with another one. Sadzine tapping away with the tech. Gonna get caught out on the side by RZK, or MaxCore will have to come in and finish him off. But either way, it's a flawless anti-force spy from Dusty Roots, and it looks like we're gonna have another 3-0 start for them, as there's nothing Legacy are gonna be able to buy into this round. No bomb plant in the first 2.
No bomb plant. No kill rewards for that round prior. Just some upgraded pistols, no Kevlar. Some Deagles, 3 to be exact. 4 now, as Nissim also buys one. Lot, though, on the P250. This is the start that Dusty Roots need, though. Clean starts, build up that CT economy. Don't give away any kills for free. And take it 1 round at a time. Lot, though, getting close and towards the carpet. RZK see that? No is the answer. He's caught throwing a grenade. Lot, though, he doesn't expect Next to be here, but early kill to at least do some damage. Lux and Sadzine already alone. Sadzine getting out of ramp. Good shot onto Fraguti underneath the balcony. And he has some good damage on the MaxCore as well. Lux lurking underpass. Looking for his time to strike. He might just find it onto both these players today. One found by Sadzine. Tommy, though, catches Lux getting a little bit over eager when it came to giving his position away. Sadzine, 2 against him. Low HP. He's going to see how many people he can take down with him. On bottom con. Back to the Deagle. He wants the one-shot headshot. Good flash into Khan.
Still has time, though.
Could even save this M4 now.
He doesn't want them saving it. That's smart. And he's actually been given a lot of room, too. They've completely abandoned the bomb bottom middle. Tommy's gone back to A, and next is going into apartments. Sadzin's going to pick up the bomb, wondering where everybody is. 17 seconds to go now. He'll run right into the waiting arms of the M4. But again, that other one's not going to be saved, so at least there is that silver lining. And that's a good economic damage round, too, from Legacy, considering they went in with pretty much no investment at all. A couple of P250s here and there. But that's a good start for Legacy to get things rolling towards the guns, put Dusty Roots into a questionable economic situation. But it's not half as bad as it was going into round 4 on Dust 2. Max does have the op. MP9 still going to be in the hands of Next. Full AK's over for the Legacy side of things. Flashbang, Molotovs, everything, the whole 9 yards for Legacy as shot from Max does not connect. Meanwhile, though, Legacy are going to try and feel things out, looking for those opening picks. Get forced away by Molotovs, but Dumao is not going to make a sound, I don't think. He didn't get ticked either. So at least his position unknown. Nate will do some damage. Never mind, he can go all the way out. The second one will, though. And that's well timed. Not quite the kill Dusty Roots were hoping for, but still to good effect. That will cue them into what's going on underpass. But now top middle shows, and Lux will win that first fight. 2 up Catwalk, another one in Con. 4 players try to converge on mid from Dusty Roots, and they'll have to fall back and retreat to safety, because right now things have been gotten for the man advantage in the favor of Legacy. They can really start to work around the map now. Have to be careful, though. Don't get caught out in middle for too long. The crossfires are still there.
Dusty Roots didn't save up utility either. They didn't really ration it out for the whole round. 45 seconds left, and there's only no smokes left, excuse me. Lotto finds one. RZK gets a trade, but it's still an advantage for Legacy. One is in CT. It's the op of Max 20. Let me get the one at ramp. Yes, he is. Good shot on the first, and he's not traded out either. He is being bullied, though. At this point, his main goal is to buy time. Dumao drops his teammate, though. In the meanwhile, Lotto jumps up, catches the op unawares. He's just RZK. Rotating around from B. And a doable 1v3. Dumao is low. It feels slightly improbable. Spots 2. Doesn't get a kill. Still continue forward in spite of that. Taps away, but again, too many angles to worry about. Legacy are on the board with the first rifle round. The op, though, will not be picked up for Legacy.
That was a big thing, getting that op up. But they're not going to be able to do it. Now, when it comes down to this next round, it's very important for Dusty Roots. They're going to invest heavily. Everything they have. M4's on 3, MP9's on 2. No helmets, no problem. No Galils for the T side. But Legacy cannot be allowed to eliminate all 5 of them again. They need something. Dusty Roots need another round here. They have to isolate Legacy to try and build on the CT side of Mirage. They kick it off well with that opener onto Lux. But Nissim, if he's careful, he clears his corners, might just have RZK, never mind. Double dink onto Nissim, and a double man advantage for Dusty Roots. 1:24 in with remaining in the round. What's the route back in for Legacy? It's going to be a very tough one. They leave a player top middle in Sadzine. And I don't know. This is going back to mid default, but Legacy have their work cut out for them to claw back.
Yes, they do. They're on the back foot. The economy hasn't really settled either. A lot of players are below 1,000, so losing this round would probably send them back to a half buy. It's like a boost up window, silent boost for Lotto. He'll play outside looking towards the ladder. He'll probably go in when the time is right, try to find max core. Flash into ramp. Dusty Roots slowly beginning to clear down. Max core spotted by Lotto, but the kill is not secured. The mount out, trying to race out on the side. It's actually Sadzine to find the opening on the next. The player sandwich not expected, and he'll find 2 on the MP9. The first clean, the second player was lit, leaving just Lato, who failed to find max score in window now in a 1v4. He's found the first on the flank. He has not found Tommy, though, in the window. Tommy blindsides him, and Dusty Roots isolate that single round victory for Legacy, and also kind of put their economy in a very awkward spot, sending it off kilter. They're going to go for some sort of investment. It's not going to be a full one.
Do a little damage. Take a couple of guns away. Maybe that could scale. There's armor on 3 of these 4 pistols. So there is a possibility for that extra damage to come through with picked up rifles. Now, how do you get those rifles? How do you recover them is a better question. And Legacy are going back to this mid-heavy default again. Relying on Nissim to get something picked up from Palace. Nobody's going to push that angle. Not too inspiring what we're seeing from Legacy on this T side so far. It leaves a lot to be desired.
It's a lot of dilly-dallying in middle.
Mm-hmm. And that's never a good thing.
No, if you get control quickly and then pivot it from there like they did on Dust 2, it works excellently. But timing. Yeah, unfortunate. It does come back for Dumao, but gets dinked down to 13. He's going to give away his rifle. And now he'll get boosted up into window in the smoke as well. Bomb slowly walking back towards A. There's an aggressive hold at A ramp. It's actually only Fraguti here on the site proper. Throw smoke off contact, but there's a lot of angles to worry about. Dumao, the low HP player, finds one in window. Traded out, and next finds one as well, but Nissim doubles with the deagle. Just next, 22 HP coming in from Connector. He's known to be here as well. And with 3 players against him, this seems very unlikely. He might be inclined to save this weapon instead. He'll actually go for the AK. Smart call, but he's not going to make an attempt in this round.
He can't. No HP.
No HP, no utility.
No money.
No money for anyone on his team as well. We talked about how Legacy were left at an off-kilter investment in this round. Now it's Dusty Roots. We're stuck in a similarly precarious predicament.
And with the CT economy bonus not coming back into effect, it's still going to be tough for those CTs to build up that bank. Meanwhile, the Ts can consistently buy in if they keep getting bomb plants. So the 4 spies, these scrappy situations always do favor the T side. And Dusty Roots have to make a call. They're on double eco, so they're going to go in here. But if they lose this one, Legacy will tie this up at 4-4, barring anything crazy with pistols. And that's really where the game begins now. Dusty Roots win this, Legacy got a bomb plant, we go back to a 4 spy, and we're going to see how that unfolds. But a Dusty Roots loss here, that will really give us a new game. But if they can find a way to win this, a Deagle on 2, a Scout on 1, and the fact that Legacy have been a little remiss at clearing certain angles, there's definitely opportunities for this Dusty Roots team to find some sort of surprise. And a 4 stack towards A might just go a long way to that as it's a run out here. Good entry. And here's still 3 more CTs ready to receive. Next goes 1 for 1. RZK in hell, but his teammate fell around it. Molotov tags, and a knife out for Lux. The disrespect from Legacy is oozing as Lux knows he's low, goes for the punish, builds up that bank, but more importantly, booms the mental. Tommy, the last one standing, sprayed through as Lux goes nuclear in this round in more ways than one. The radiation damage is going to be lingering for the rest of this map.
And now he can easily afford not for his teammate. Or whatever he wants. It's actually going to be an AK instead. Lux completely ran out of money there. Or not money, ammo, excuse me. His M4 was out. He was spamming the deagle. It didn't connect. Out of sheer desperation, he went for the knife kill. As you mentioned, it doubles up as a bit of psychological warfare onto Dusty Roots. We're now on a near full save. USP's 1 deagle. And already 1 casualty in the round as well. Legacy now know it's a near full save, or quite literally a full save. And will come up on spotting 1 at triple, spotting 1 at jungle. Doesn't expect stairs, so he might get caught on this trade. The USP does so much damage. We'll get the kill, but Flaguti on 2 HP is caught through the wall in kind. Acceptable loss. That maybe, though. Next, an opportunity to do some damage. Tied down to 33 by the nade. He should be caught by Demao 10 times out of 10 here. Yes, he is. Legacy tie things back up at 4 apiece. They also have quite a T-side economy built up as well.
Yeah, still no op for that T side. They elect not to go for it, despite Lux having $7,500 remaining in the bank. Zadzine with $3,450 could have opted for it as well. Does not do so. Dusty Roots, of course, no kit in this round as they've gone heavy on the M4A1Ss. Lux gonna flash in, though, and Tommy's in that first fight. Lotto sprays down the 2 mid CTs, getting that man advantage back to his side. However, Max in hell, not cleared out, drops the bomb and sandwich, cannot do more. Nissim, 1. Lotto locks down the cat, rotate, leaving Next all alone in towards CT. Stuck in rat hole. Lotto with a 4K this time. And now the lead for the first time in this map goes the way of Legacy. And Dusty Roots are going to be relegated to a half-buy condition. Deagles actually might just be a deco. A little bit more in terms of utility and Kevlar on 2 players here. Now some more things are being exchanged. Not quite a deco, closer to an eco. Or a half-buy, really. But the damage can be done by Dusty Roots here. We've seen some of these Deagles land some good shots. For Goody, Tommy, the 5.7 and RZK's hands might have some potential. And for Legacy, don't give up the free gun. Don't give the AK over to Dusty Roots. No donations. Everything has to be earned. And the onus is on Legacy to not let Dusty Roots earn those. Molotov is well placed. Tommy backs away. And Lotto somehow sees the head at Next. That's a great angle. But look at Tommy. That's exactly what you need to see for Dusty Roots. Gets the AK upgrade, but surely they'll be watching for him here. He sneaks away with it, and he cannot get even a peek out as Zadzine right there for the crispy tap.
Legacy up 4v3 with that rifle in Fraguti's hands now. He's had a pretty solid map for himself. Lotto slowly clearing out B. There's no one here, although 2 have doubled back into market. Max score. Work out with this dude. Lotto instead finds Fraguti in the window. Max score, though. A good trade with his deagle, and he spots the bomb as well. 30 seconds left. Legacy can still change their tune, still go in the other direction, but with Demao coming up catwalk now for free, B seems like a guarantee. Max score trying to buy as much time as possible, trying to at least get a kill, but being bullied from all these different angles makes things near impossible. RZK at range with the 5.7 can't get anything done. So Legacy keep it reasonably clean, only lose 2. They secured a 6th for themselves. Dusty Roots, though, a solid buy on the board. Max score has an op. We'll see if that has a factor to play in round 11.
We'll find out. There's only 1 hit for the CT side. Something they have significantly lacked, and something that really hasn't come into play. Bomb plants, diffuses. Most have been elimination throughout this series, but Max will start things off with one of his own. Lux goes down first. And there's massive damage taken by Next, but still the man advantage remains to the Argentinian squad. Demao spots out 1, but takes the damage, the brunt of that off of that engagement. A push in from Tommy, that's a good clear. 5 versus 3 now for Dusty Roots. They want that 5th. They can tie it up at 6, even better. That pistol round becomes so much more important in that second half. Nissim clearing up catwalk. Off the deal, spots the op's arm. That's very low HP on the B defenders, both of them. Knows where they both are, but Max Core around the corner goes for style and substance and connects it both. And Zadzine entry solo onto the A side, backstabbed by Ferguti as it was a 2 versus 5 in that situation. Lotto, the last man standing. And at this point, it's just do some economic damage. Take a gun or 2 away from Dusty Roots. Because winning this round very tall task, but he started it off well with one. 2 more to find over on A. And they might just be giving him these tools that he wants. It comes down to timing, though, in that first one. I don't know if he spotted the Palace player either. Flash is dodged. 20 seconds, though. No bomb. He has to recover it. And that's really where the game is within the game now. Can he get there? I don't even think he'll be allowed to. He's just going to run around, look for bodies to fight. Doesn't even spot the guy in stairs. Certifiable 4-3 moment. And we're within 1 of a tie ball game heading into the last round of the first half.
Yes, we are. If he could have found 3 kills there, or at least dropped the op with 2, it would have been meaningful damage. Of course, that's very wishful thinking in a 1v5, regardless of the HP of your opponents. Technical pause being called. Not sure which team has the issue. Hopefully it's another brief one. We have been relatively lucky thus far today, knock on wood.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
Another brief one.
Nice and quick. That's what you like to see. Quick techs. Get back into the action. Nobody really worries about those. Would really like to see Sadzine get more activated too in this series. It's been kind of quiet overall. A couple of kills here and there on Dust 2 come to mind. A couple of kills here on Mirage. But overall, he's been rather quiet. Lotto having a much better performance on this map than he did in the first, even though he was still serviceable. He's led the charge with Lux. Nissim, however, has really cooled off on this T side, but I'm sure we'll see more of him when it comes to the defensive side of things. Legacy. Spam through the smoke, and next pays for his aggression. That's a good start for Legacy. They'll look to establish a bit more of a stranglehold on Dusty Roots, taking the T side of Mirage, streaming to B. There's nobody on the site proper. Utility floods around for Legacy to take space and buy more time. Bomb not yet crossed. Eventually it will go down. 1 cat, 3 market for the CT retake. Oh, there's the off of Sadzine. There's Nissim too. Dumao has 1. Lotto over on bench, just waiting for the flank, but it's Lux for the punish. And a 7-5 half lead for Legacy into the break.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling. Deeper than I fly, I can't control it. Like I guess the sky is not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. Just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really find my place. I wish she'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly fades, losing the race, closing the page. And then out I move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. controlling. Like I guess this sky is not so black and white. It's like I told.
Legacy maintain a narrow lead as they enter the CT side of their map. Pick 7-5. It's Pineapple Phillips and Boggs on the mic, and Legacy now on the defense. No kit in play. Dualies for Demau. Smoke, flash for Sadzine. And one set of utility and a P250 on the side of Dusty Roots, who appear to be setting up some sort of B split. Domi holding for the press middle. Good shot at range on the Glock. Takes down Lux, a heavy hitter, taken out early in this pistol. And I was stand corrected. It's going to be a split towards A, it appears, as 3 come up towards the underpass. 2 more on Catwalk try to fight towards top middle. Distracted by their early casualty, are now both caught without finding anything in their favor. Sadzine CT finds one and is taken down by a flurry of bullets. Just Dumau. Speaking of a flurry of bullets, he has dualies in hand. But a 1 versus 4, no matter the weaponry, seems near impossible.
No kit either, so that time becomes a massive factor. And the dualies aren't exactly the best gun for this kind of a retake either. So he'll be forced to save and just look at those legacy glitters that adorn his dual Berettas. That's a really nice color scheme on that craft. Gold and the blue. Takes a long range fight and wins that one on the tap, but they know where he is, and they'll be converging on his position from behind. Takes a long-range duel. Don't have to worry about his backside. One more. Drops down very low. Can he get out of this? Yes, he can. So a couple of extra players taken down. Max has disconnected, which might... I don't know if it'll lead to a medic, but probably will lead to a pause, yeah. So hopefully Max gets back in here quickly. I don't know if we're going to need a medic or not. But it should be a 7th round for Dusty Roots unless they fall victim to a Legacy 4 spy, which is going to be coming up here. Legacy like to go for those forces. Dumau can get himself an MP9 here, which is a very good gun. We're on the old patch, not on the new patch yet. Jury's still out on the MP9 now, but it was a much-needed change, since we'll have some time to talk about it. I mean, the gun was so broken. You could jump around corners, had a great accuracy, even mid to long range. And now, Nate, since the comparison's going to be there again between the UMP and the MP9, was the old UMP better than the, I guess now, old MP9?
Yeah, because everybody used the UMP over the MP9.
Well, the UMP's damage was basically a rifle at that point.
Yeah, it was way better, and you could tell because everyone used it. Nobody even thought the MP9 was broken because the UMP was there.
Yeah, and then people started using the MP9 and realized, oh my gosh, this gun's actually really good.
This gun's now best in slot because the UMP is no longer here.
Yeah, and the MAC-10, I mean, the MAC-10's a good balance. So,
MAC-10's probably the best balance that we have.
Yeah, I mean, it's good, but it's not overpowered. You're not going to be like, he's got a MAC-10, there's a chance he could 1v5. A MP9, I could see somebody 1v5ing with an MP9. Just because of how good it was jumping around corners. How well the accuracy was. The burst grouping was insane. So,
yep.
Thanks, Valve, for that change. I wish it would have been minus Inferno, but bakers can't be choosers. So we get back to the action here.
Kill those 2 AKs. All rifles. Dumau also had a rifle. It was with Moss. He was boosted up underpass. He found nothing, and now Lux is quite literally running the gauntlet. He escapes mostly scot-free. 84 HP still left on him. Sadzine's turn at bat. He gets a tag in. Dusty Roots quickly pivoting over towards B, at least for the moment, the time being. I thought they were. Yep, 2 walking into apartments, a 3rd behind. Sadzine will smoke it all the way back from window, but now he can't spot the cross.
That gives him so much space. They're going to abandon B?
Not abandon it, but they're going to respect the smoke. least wait for their teammates. Nate goes through. Now they'll pop out. Legacy expecting an A player or a mid player. Instead, now left to try and retake with their lackluster weaponry.
Save. Just save.
Say they probably just save it.
There's no reason to go for this retake. Once you gamble on the hit towards A, you have to commit to a save here. Because you have 4/5 of a force buy going into the next round, where you would otherwise have nothing. It does not behoove Dusty Roots to hunt here, and it does not behoove Legacy to go for it. So they're going to save and go at it again in the next round. They recover the FAMAS too, which is important. But I think for Legacy, they would have liked a little bit more. For Dusty Roots, they'll take the 7th for essentially free all day, any day.
So they will. Dusty Roots won't hunt too much either. It's a bit weird for the player lurking middle, but no one forces the issue there. Seven. Tied ball game yet again. Legacy at least had that force buy, as you mentioned, to try and figure something out. Another tech pause being called. A lot of chatting in the chat. It will immediately end anyway. Still solid rifles for Dusty Roots, as they didn't lose a single player. Question is, how many shots can these Deagles land? Or the FAMAS, or the Scout even. Legacy on Dust 2 were very successful in at least finding damage on their force buys. See if it's the same case here in the second half of map 2.
Dusty Roots have already done better on Legacy's pick than on their own, so there is that silver lining, and a good chance for more too, as we could have ourselves the third map of Inferno if Dusty Roots can find a way to really lock things down on the T side. Easier said than done for sure, especially against a team of Legacy's caliber and pedigree on this map. But if Dumao can come up empty-handed like that and goes aggressive with guns in hand, then maybe the opportunities will open up for Dusty Roots. For Goody prepping a Molotov. Smoke's going out on A. Another Molotov going to land in for Sandwich. Hell Molly scaffold there as well. Sadzine scout shot though straight to the cranium of Tommy. RZK trades, but Alato one more. Still though, trades favoring the T side. Still have a man given the early pick on Dumao and Palace. Next will drop Lux. And so Nissim's long flank might actually yield something if he can get a rifle undiscovered. An AK in hand would go quite some way to him delivering some killing blows. He's going to slip a gap, too. It's a Galil, not an AK, but he might still be able to work with it. One on default, one on triple. And it's going to be that combination of those two players using cover and communication well that unseat him. 8-7 first lead for Dusty Roots here on this second half. It's been a while since they've had a lead on Mirage. It's going to have it back. It's Legacy. Get their full buy-in. But there is no kit here, Nate. Never mind. Nissim will forego the helmet and buy a kit. That's a good move, a veteran move from this Legacy roster. Despite 4/5 not having helmets, they would rather have the defuse kit than worry about the singular Galil in the hands of Fragudi. That op, of course, necessary as well on the CT side, trying to find an opening pick. Sadzine playing ticket booth with it. And with Dusty Roots setting up for an A take, it's going to be tested early, and it's a good read from Legacy as they rotate in. Good start from Sadzine. Adds a second as well as fire burns atop the scaffolding. Latos come through, A1S in hand, and Fergudi's Galil out of the picture. Max Core and RZK, last two standing. Bomb in their possession, but 2 versus 5 is not going to be good for them. And how healthy can Legacy exit this round is another question, because that CT economy fragile in its beginning, but a perfect one to start off the gun rounds would help them significantly. It's a very skittish Dusty Roots in this round, with these last 2 remaining players having no utility to try to get something going. Up to RZK, and he gets nothing. 8 all. the CT economy starting to grow with a good nest egg.
Very solid start once the rifle rounds come through yet again for Legacy. All 5 surviving. And Dusty Roots stopped at the choke points on that round. Those final pair of players just forced to wait in hopes that Legacy overextended. But of course, Legacy, once they have that advantage, they do not overextend. They hold their ground. They know when they have the advantage. And the spam from Lux top middle finds Tomi. Dusty Roots have a very... It's a decent buy, but it has a lot of glaring issues, namely RZK on that Deagle, for example. Next on that Galil is also leaving a bit to be desired. Slow things down, but again, Legacy aren't going to overcommit. They're going to get some control as a pair in ramp. They're not going to peek middle, give Dusty Roots an opening when Legacy already have the advantage.
Max spots the foot, but his leg is shot off as Sadzine has the read and the quicker angle. Another smoke used bottom con, buying more time as Legacy don't have to worry about block. It's their friend and ally now. Nissim, though, aggressive, has to get very careful as he pushes in, and that's a decision that Legacy don't really need to make there. They're up a man, it's late in the round, you don't need to overextend it up the apartment like that. It's going to leave this B-side vulnerable. Dumal's only able to get one out of that whole engagement. Opening up this round possibly for Dusty Roots as Lato comes in, but lots of different players to worry about. Good start on the first, spots a second, and he has help. RZK, though, catches Lato looking the wrong way. Catwalk push, bomb will go down. And just in the nick of time, it does go down as Lux peeks around after his utility has been thrown. Lead goes back to Legacy, but far from clean this time. They'll have to reinvest heavily. Of course, Bomb Plant doing well for the T-side economy. We will see if they want to go all in here or go for a half buy. It's still close, so the half buy the more prudent cause. A timeout here would not be a bad idea, though, from Dusty Roots, and they do have those available.
If they used one in the first map, they haven't used any yet in the second. That would be a good time to use it. Legacy make this round clean. They'll again build up that CT economy. And it'll be very hard to break them from there. Deagles will at least give them a shot. We've seen moments of brilliance from the Deagles, and this one is no different. Tomi dropping Nissim over on the balcony of B. Almost finds Dumal as well, expecting that kind of angle. Lux drops Max. Next in RZK, though, both find kills. Advantage secured for Dusty Roots. Sadzine, though, knows Tomi should be low. USP out. Good kill to find. But Fraguti coming up con with his teammate as well. Finds a trade across the map. And by extension, a bomb plant. Sadzine will flash into window. Good spam. He full blinds himself, but he's confident in it. And that brings it to a 1v1. Sadzine.
Full util.
He does, but he has so many angles to worry about. Will he even consider balance? That is the question.
Will he just try to smoke it?
Oh, it's too deep.
Yeah. Brown's running out of time, too. He does have the kit, but he's got to isolate this. And he'll just get isolated instead. A misplay from Legacy against the half-buy, and Dusty Roots, they've found life. Those Roots have found water. And how deep can they dig into this pick of Legacy? How much stone can those Roots break in this Legacy fortress? Half-buy.
He's on a half-buy.
Yeah.
It's broken economy. One
Not a good
MP9.
spot.
No. It's their turn to try and pull off a bit of an upset round. Dumal going to go on the offensive underpass. RZK heard it, but he bumped into the wall. He was blind. Recovers, but the MP9 still does him in. Dumal gets an upgrade. They also get away from Max Core just in time. 2 players at A trying to probe around. 1 bottom con. Fraguti's trying to open up the round. Instead, it will be Tomi and Connector. He'll jump up trying to find more. He's instead traded. Next, though, drops Sadzine on the site. So we're still at even footing, 3 versus 3. The bomb will it make it into sight? It's not crossed yet, but this being blind at stairs should give it the opportunity. There it goes. Plant secured. I guess he's still giving this one to the old college try. I don't blame them. They have a very solid chance. With no utility, no kit, they have to go quick.
Now walks right into the op. They do know where that is now, but they also know where the other 2 rifles sit on site. Nice peek from Ferguti, leaving Lux in an attempt to save now. As the college try goes the way of most of those. Fizzles out quickly. Doesn't really lead to anything productive. At least Lux will have an AK into the next round. If he's allowed to save this, which he should be. Max is very far away. But Dusty Roots get double digits first, and considering the fact that Dusty Roots lost this to Shinden earlier today, quite a good turnaround from them against an opponent far above that of Shinden. No offense to them, but that's a younger roster on the up and up. Legacy, meanwhile, top 16 at the major, number 16 in the world right now. Struggling to close out their best map. That's why you really don't want to have Mirage as your best map too, Nate. Everyone should know how to play it. The map's been in this game for over 10 years in the active pool.
Exactly, it's a double-edged sword. It's all the more impressive when you can make it so convincing. Legacy, again, changing things up. Lato close ramp, no support. Having to hold 2 very different angles. It's a slow one from Dusty Roots. They just use utility, get some control, show some presence. Fraguti's heard by Lato, who now tucks in. Op challenged. No kill. Swing from Lato. Gets 1. Spotted or heard the second at the very least. That is the bomb. Dusty Roots are still spread out all around the map. Still no clear decision being made as of yet. As RZK wants to be the one to open it up. He's looking for Nissim, who's had a very quiet map over on B. Next, holding towards Palace. Lato going for this control. Despite having the man advantage.
Yeah, Legacy's got to be careful with that.
They normally don't go for these kinds of plays. Once they have that advantage, they rest, they wait, but instead they continue to probe for information. It does yield success, at least in this case. Another kill found. Hoppers duel at A ramp. Both missed their marks. 20 seconds left. Bomb has to hit dirt here ASAP. And with a player firebox, it seems impossible for Dusty Roots at this point. Maybe not now. Next one, a trade in. Lux from jungle, though, drops max core. RZK, 8 seconds at stairs, is caught by the M4 of Demal. Legacy tie things back up at 10 apiece. And again, we're back to the half buy / 4 spies. This time it's Dusty Roots on the less than ideal investment. Actually, they might not even go for an investment.
No. P250s here, maybe. An attack timeout used by Dusty Roots now. That we're all tied up at 10 apiece. Deagle already purchased for RZK. But I think for Dusty Roots, yeah, you have 3 timeouts. There's only 6 rounds left in the game if it goes the full distance. Or 4, excuse me. So you could use a timeout almost every single round for the rest of this map if you're Dusty Roots. I don't know if they saved their timeouts out of sheer frugality or they just didn't think that they needed it, but at this point, no reason not to use those. We'll see what their call is here. Maybe it was just to slow down Legacy a little bit. I'm assuming there's going to be some sort of trick play coming out of Dusty Roots. What's the set piece going to be? Deagle's out mid. Go for a kill. See if they push. If Legacy are smart, they'll hold the line. Play defensive. Keep the shield wall intact. And let the infantry run into them. Because it's not like Dusty Roots even have light cavalry. No, not even skirmishers. It's just infantry, very light armored. Just Deagles and the Glock. It's not a great situation. But they do get past the first test of Sadzine, who continues to get chunked down. Dumao adds a second one to his tally. Nissim comes up with a third. And as the nade from Dumao chimes in, it's a wipeout for Dusty Roots. And Legacy get their lead back late in this one. Looking to close out their map pick. A technical pause again, as Max has disconnected one more time. It hopefully will continue the trend of being a short technical pause. We'll see. But time is running out for Dusty Roots in this qualifier.
Running out of runway, running out of time. They're already down a map. And as we mentioned, this isn't an elimination match. Stage 1 is single elimination. Dusty Roots bested Shinden. It's their second series of the day. It's only Legacy's first. They had that luxury since they were, I believe, one of the highest seeds, if not the highest seed in this qualifier. So Dusty Roots. This might be their last real solid rifle buy. They lose this rifle round, it'll be 12-10, and they'll have to cobble together what they can. They might have enough money for AKs because of a bomb plant, but the pressure is on here.
Got a microphone issue, so hopefully not too much longer. Hope it all works out soon. Because Legacy and Dusty Roots are ready to conclude this map and see whether or not we get a third. Following the conclusion of this series, we'll have Imperial versus Elevate as well. Something to look forward to there for you all. It's going to be our second game of the day.
Starts in 30 minutes if this game finishes in 2. If not, probably going to be delayed a bit.
Yeah, if it goes to 3, then we'll definitely have a bit of a delay. They'll be waiting on us to finish. If not, we should have a pretty quick turnaround into the second best of 3 of the night. Second and final as well, if I'm not mistaken. Don't believe there's anything following that. I will double check that.
Might be something starting at the same time.
Yeah, there's going to be a few other matches. We've got Audic, XW7M, Selva versus Bestia, 9Z versus Bounty Hunters also going on at the same time. But yeah, that's going to wrap up the broadcasts for the day. So we're coming down to the wire on today's as well. And again, stage 1. So all these games are elimination.
Lots of pressure. Hopefully this issue doesn't last too much longer. Been talking about how lucky we were to have no long tech pauses thus far. It seems like I might have jinxed it.
Yeah, it's bound to happen one time or another. We didn't have any super long issues on NA either, so.
We're very lucky on NA, right?
Yeah, we just had one that happened like 3 rounds in a row, but hey. It happens, it's online. Nothing we can do about it. Now, since we have time, we could talk about the new update, or we could talk about cash. Because cash was not added into the pool. It's what everyone was expecting to be added back in. I think at least most people were expecting to be added back in. But I guess Valve has a lot more they want to do on the map. Do you think maybe then it's finally time Inferno gets removed from the pool again?
I think personally what should happen is we should have lost Inferno and Mirage for cash and Overpass.
That would have been great.
As much as I want to say minus Train, because I hate Train.
It's new, they won't take it out.
Exactly, it's too new.
Yeah.
You know, if it's in the pool for about most of a year like Anubis was, then they'll talk about taking it out.
Yeah, remember what happened with Vertigo, though? That thing was perennial for far too long.
They at least kept trying to fix it. They only made slight adjustments to Anubis.
Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do to Anubis. Because it's not a horrible map, necessarily. But it's not great.
I like it more than Train.
I would agree with that statement. I do not care for Train in its current form. I don't know if it's just because I love old Train that much, and I just really miss it, but it feels both claustrophobic and too open at the same time.
There's just not cover.
Yeah,
If you're going to make the map closer range, if you make the map closer range, it's going to be easier to shoot people at range.
Yep.
And therefore you need more cover. Like on the old Train, you had to like really line up your shots to get kills across the map.
Yeah, old Train took a lot of brain power to play well. And I know it was a really slow map, but it was fun.
Finding the kill stop sign was probably twice the distance it is now.
Oh, yeah.
So it
Or
took
the
a lot
T-Con
more.
camera duel.
Yep, and there were deeper pockets you could sit into. Olaf was twice as deep. There's just more trains. It didn't tank your FPS with rain.
Oh, yeah, that too. At least we didn't get like some volumetric grain sort of thing. Alright, looks like this one is going to be a little while longer, folks, so please do bear with us as we're still having more microphone issues. He's trying something else to see if it works.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
So, we'll be here a little while longer. But also, what do you think they're going to do to Cache, since it was pretty much a ready-made map? How much can they really do to change it up?
I don't know. I mean, Cache is one of those maps that, much like Overpass, all it really needed was a graphical overhaul.
Yeah. I feel like they did too much to Overpass, bringing it into CS2.
How much did they do again? I can't even remember at this point.
They did a lot of changes to Be Heaven, I think, which is a big thing.
Oh yeah, they took up a lot of the corners in Be Heaven.
Yeah. Which it didn't play the same to me.
Well, no, but you don't want a map to play the same way for 15 years, otherwise you're stuck with a map like Mirage.
That's true, but it just, I feel like they could have at least one angle that's a little deeper. But we'll see. I haven't played Overpass. I haven't seen if they did any changes to it either, or if they just took it out and put it back in. So we'll see what.
It was never back in. It was out when they ported it and they changed it. That's why I think it came in before Cache, is because it was sitting ready to go for so long.
Yeah, well, they could have done a double swap too. I don't think anyone.
No. That's too much to change. You got to make one small change a year. That's how Counter-Strike works. One small change a year. This is it.
We all would have liked it. A double change.
I think everybody would like a double change, but you know how it works. One small change a year, it's all you get. It's all you get.
Yep.
This is your one small change. We'll see you in July of 2026.
For plus Cache minus Ancient.
Yeah, because they're going to take out the new maps. That's how it works.
Even though they really should remove Inferno. Ancient's a good map too. It's entertaining.
Ancient is probably one of the best maps in the pool right now.
It really has been a really good map since it's been initiated.
And once they fix the spawns and the timings,
It's become such a good map.
it's a map that has, a lot of like irregular lineups from spawn, and I'm not the biggest fan of those, but it's not like Train where you have to throw spawn lineups to get anything done,
You can, especially towards middle, but it's not
You can, but it's not
gonna make or
as
break
necessary.
your time. So we should be hopping back in here pretty quick, folks. Thanks for bearing with us and listening to our podcast about Counter-Strike maps from two guys with 10-year vet coins. On that note, though, will we ever see Cobblestone back in the pool? Or did that map just get so destroyed it's never going to see the light of day again?
They ruined it.
I agree. It was not the same after they took out that whole A-long side.
They looked at maps like Train and Cobblestone, and they said they're too big to be Counter-Strike maps. Make them small. And Train translated better, but Cobblestone was the one we don't talk about.
They murdered that map.
Yep.
Well, here we are. Looks like we're finally going to get back into the action. AKs, Galil. Map pontifications are over. Let's see what happens. It's a make-or-break round for Dusty Roots. They have to win this one. They have to win this round or it's all done. If they don't...
One for straight A.
Honestly, not a bad call. When in doubt.
I like this.
Yeah. And it's abandoned, too. There's a tepid outside hold.
Otto is here. He does get one. He falls back. Oh, but a lineup from RZK. Nissim gets a trade, so it's still even footing. But Legacy, because this play was so quick, they still have a lot of utility to play with going into the retake, and they have a fast flank coming through. Lux, not spamming this bomb planter, does some good damage, actually a lot of damage. Nissim gets the kill. Next, though, jumping up, Tetris finds Lux to, again, keep things even. Next, worried about this flank, rightly so, but the mouse still wins the duel. Fraguti going underneath the balcony, 1v2. He knows where they both are, at least where they both were. So he'll try to isolate a duel as best he can. Information is there. Bomb is ticking down quite low, but Dumao swinging out gets the kill. And so Legacy will secure map and series point 12 to 10. Dusty Roots, what's their economy looking like? It's not that good. I was thinking they might have something with that bomb plant or because of that bomb plant, but even then, this buy is still going to leave us wanting for a heck of a lot more.
Oh, it's going to leave us wanting, hoping and praying. But what will our answer be? What will we receive? Galil's on 4. Utility. Abysmal. Non-existent, essentially. 4 flashbangs, a smoke, and a Molotov at start. And Lux already spams down 1+half through that mid smoke and snipers. Tommy up towards Khan, mollied off. Luckily, it should not spread to his feet. But next also takes damage. Lux down to Tommy. Lotto on the balcony. Freebie onto Ferguti, who walks through to his demise. Sadzine, one more. Next out. Engages. Loses out to Lotto. Max Core, last alive. All or nothing. And nothing it is. 13-10 for Legacy, as they quell the Dusty Roots. It was a little bit sketchy on Mirage, but they were able to get it closed out in the end, and they will move on to Stage 2 tomorrow.
Gives Legacy some extra breathing room to work with. Dusty Roots did well, especially in that second map, but in the end, it simply wasn't enough. They had a long day. They had to play in round 1, one of the few teams that had to do so. And of course, they just fall short against what is one of the top seeds in this tournament. They did well, especially, like I said, on Mirage, but in the end, it was not enough. It is 3:37 my time. I think in about 20 minutes, we are going to have the second matchup of the evening. That is going to be Imperial versus... What is it again, Bob?
Elevate.
Imperial versus Elevate? Imperial versus Elevate. So we're going to take a brief break. When we return, we'll have the pre-game show for that second best of 3. Stay tuned. We'll see you soon.
I just keep Come on, get together.
magical moment. And not every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
What a
Yeah. 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 Ooh, everything I want. Everything I need. Got everything I want. Everything I want. Everything I need. Everything I need. Yeah.
We're back for one more elimination matchup today. Boggs and Pineapple Phillips on the mic. Imperial and Elevate to battle it out in the server for that one spot at Stage 2, battling for one spot at ESL Pro League Season 22. Let's see what our vetoes are, what the playing field is between these two teams. And Nate, it's another underdog-overdog scenario where Imperial come in, a team that made the major, up against an up-and-coming squad in the Elevate roster.
Yes, it is. And Boggs, I can tell you right now, we did not have the vetoes prior to this screen, this graphic. And in the green room, you were right. Train is going to be the opening map. I'm skipping straight to that, but start with the bans. Of course, Imperial get to be Team B. They are the higher seed. Elevate had to play an earlier match just to get to this one, whereas Imperial could just rest and wait the day away until it was time to play. So the first map banned is from Elevate. It's Anubis, followed up by Ancient from Imperial. Makes sense, both teams permabans there. First map pick, it's a gamble, as you mentioned, from Elevate. It is a terrain pick with Imperial starting on CT. This is a very interesting call. Both teams don't play it often, but Imperial are 0-2 on the map, and Elevate is 1-0.
Yeah, now, granted, the teams that Imperial played were Bet Boom and another European team I'm drawing the blank on. Meanwhile, it was Red Canids for Elevate. So there's a difference in competition between these two sides on this map. But the same thing could be said, at least there's a win for Elevate. And when you're going up against a team that is so much higher ranked than you, that is, well, for all intents and purposes, a veteran squad that has earned European pedigree at one time or another, made the major, beat some teams at the major. I mean, this is no small fish in Imperial. You have to pull out some gambles. Now, we see some teams play to their strengths. We saw Dusty Roots do that in the veto against Legacy earlier today. They picked Dust 2. Did not go well for them. Elevate might face the same result here on Train, but it also might work out better for them. So there's a lot of different cards at play. Were Imperial expecting Train? If Imperial prepped at all for this? Do they even practice this map at least somewhat consistently? There's a lot of different variables, which I think Elevate would be more aware of, knowing the scrim scene in the region. But, again, it's a big gamble from Elevate. Is this gamble going to pay off? Or, even another thing to consider, what's the individual difference between these two teams going to be like today?
It's a good question because, as you mentioned, there's a big disparity between these two teams in terms of ranking. Not as big as that first matchup, but still large nonetheless. And especially if a team like Elevate, which is a younger team, is, a little bit antsy in a single elimination qualifier like this, at least for the Stage 1 side of things, it could definitely throw them off kilter and give Imperial even greater of an advantage because Elevate are antsy, are scared, are nervous, whereas a veteran team like Imperial, or at least a team with a veteran like Vinny at the helm, should have no problems fighting under that kind of pressure.
Well, the pressure, of course, mounts with every passing round, every passing map here at this stage. It is single elimination right now. So, you lose, you go home in Stage 1. Stage 2 begins tomorrow. That's where you get your double elimination best of threes. But of course, you have to win in Stage 1 to make it to Stage 2. That's the battle we have to focus on right now. That's the battle these teams have to focus on right now as they take their time getting ready to get into the action here. Meanwhile, we can move on a little bit of heads up on Dust 2. I mean, it's a good map for Imperial. It's also a good map for Elevate. But I think Imperial are just saying we're just that much better. Why would we want to play a Mirage when we could play a map that's a little less puggy, a little less in practice in CS2, and go for a Dust 2 pick, which also, Try is a pretty darn good opper. So Imperial does have a good opping advantage over Elevate, regardless of the map.
Yes, a very high amount of pedigree for Imperial in terms of their opper. I imagine Dust 2 is going to look kind of similar to that we saw in the first series of the day between Dusty Roots, I made the same mistake twice, and Legacy. And it's just going to be difficult. I feel like, especially on Dust 2, it highlights kind of the skill disparity between a lot of players. The spacing can be really easily exploited. The defaults can be very quickly read and exploited. And if you aren't flexible, if you aren't able to adjust quickly, then the map can quickly get out of hand.
And I think Train might get quickly out of hand as well, especially if that CT economy snowballs in favor of Imperial. Then things can get very rough for Elevate moving forward. It's still a relatively CT-sided map. And we were talking about it during a long technical pause between Legacy and Dusty Roots about how Train plays. It's very wide open and yet so much more condensed, leading to a lot more favorable peaks and duels. We'll see how Imperial are going to be able to react to that, or even if it's going to play to their advantage. Because Imperial should have the firepower advantage in terms of one-for-one player versus player against Elevate. They should have a significant advantage over this underdog team when it comes to the raw fights. So if that's what this game devolves into on this map, then Imperial should have this pretty much down pat. But will that even become the case? Will Elevate have the strategy required as well to overcome some of that?
We'll have to see if Imperial at least have a cursory understanding of the map. They obviously don't hate it because they played it twice, as we've talked about. They didn't have success on it against those European and higher echelon teams, but they still at least play it unlike Ancient. So I'm hoping they're up to snuff. I'm hoping they're ready, but this is the kind of gamble you expect from that underdog. This is the risk that you need to play to get the advantage, because you're not going to get the advantage the old-fashioned way. You aren't, especially when you're an underdog team, you're a newer team. You're a team that doesn't have the protocols built, the depth of strat book required to go toe-to-toe on an even playing field. So you have to try and find the advantage where you can. So I respect the call, but again, just hate the map.
The other thing too, Nate, the two times which Imperial played Train, late April and early June.
Long time ago.
Yeah. That last one, late June, against Namiga at the Major. But enough wondering about what's going to happen. The podcast can end, and the game can commence. CT side start full armor for Imperial. There are 4 USPs and 1 P2000. Meanwhile, Elevate up a P250 Raid Boss on Lash. Molotov for BNC. That's going to be their utility purchase up. And a Brown Hall play coming in. Lash, the Raid Boss, gets a gift. And Vinny has been unseated. Down they'll creep further forward through Brown Halls. SHR in a bit of a rough spot. Exposed towards upper. He's going to have a lot of work to do to fight his way out. Close range against the Glocks. Crouches in. Zeddy will have the advantage. So the rotations might be coming in. The flank's coming through, but the bomb's going to go down. Cello at least hits one headshot, and now No Way can activate. Throw things into a bit of chaos here. Lash down to 1 HP, but there goes the bomb. Ticking away again. No kit for the CT side as the retake is on. Try all the way up above oil. Old Spools gets one for free, but does he know that there's somebody past him? No! ZK Zhao gets turned on by Cello, and BNC, the last one standing, not for long. Try puts him down, and despite the bomb plant and a good start from Elevate, Imperial showcase why they're the favorite.
Quite a recovery despite the early disadvantage for Imperial. Looking quite good. I was worried the Glocks would really thrive in that kind of chaotic up and down, close to medium, even far range over on the B side of things once the bomb is planted, but no, they crumbled. Very well done from Imperial to claw their way back into that one despite the 2-man disadvantage. Very well done from Cello to find the first and the flick onto the second, if I'm not mistaken. Elevate still going to go for the investment. 2 Tech 9s, 3 Galils, which might succeed at range. And straight out A will be the name of the game. Geo0 taking point with Tech 9, trying to find it around the edge. There's 2 players fighting up close and personal, and 2 more fighting as they blow open that smoke grenade. 3 kills going the way of Imperial. Might be a 4th here rather quickly. CK Zhao got trying to peek in towards Long Dog. BNC stuck behind a smoke in T-Con. No real chance in this round. At this point, he's hoping for someone to over-aggress so that he can find an opening. Might be given a fight with SHR, but E9 isn't the worst weapon to lose. Good flash in. BNC is dead to rights. Quick second for Imperial, and a 4-spy for Elevate that is completely shut down.
Yeah, the 4-spy yields nothing of value. And for Imperial, this is where the CT side can really start to establish its stronghold. Exactly what we talked about in the pre-show. CT side grows early, grows fast, grows strong, and becomes insurmountable for Elevate. Now, there's an old hockey adage, Nate. You have to elevate to accumulate. Elevate need to elevate their gameplay if they're to accumulate rounds on the board here. A lot more difficult than just elevating a puck off the ice surface. So we'll see what they're capable of. A deagle shot from Dio's head on to try, and CK Zhao onto SHR is elevating their skill level. Now Vinny runs by, only one Glock kill from BNC as Cello comes in on the backstab, lets them all run. This is elevating from Cello as he lines them all up, but he can't knock him down. He falls to the Ozera. Too much, too far, too overthinking from Cello. And no way now, 1 versus 4. There's no armor on the other side, and 2 have fallen. The low HP players leaving a lot for him to still do. Spots the one, but the bomb goes the other direction. He's just been baited into a 1 versus 1. Lash will get the bomb down. No way realizes this now, exactly what's going on. Lash up on the bomb train, moving in towards Z. Drops down towards Hell. No way. Moving around. Looking for that last elusive T. It's going to come down to timing and angles. And the Lash comes up massive. Diozera sets it up early with those deagle shots. BNC with the Glock. And it's cleaned up and put on the board for Elevate.
Round that you would normally just write off as an Imperial victory is taken from them, stripped from them by the Deagles to start things off, and a Glock to find the third of all things. Cello bit off more than he could chew. That last player rotating in distracted him and was his demise. Couldn't control that rowdy spray on the A4. And now both teams still have solid investments, but Imperial are on the cusp of being reset. Elevate. Curious to see what the default is for the T side. And I don't know what that smoke was either. I think it was a missed lineup for the CTs.
Most likely.
T-Con controller, rather, T-Con given away. A lot more presence is being put towards long pop. Makes sense because you can now walk up the stairs and fight while on the stairs. You couldn't fight on the ladder, you know?
Yeah. I mean, you could try. It's not going to go your way, but you could try. Unless maybe you have a Mag 7. Then you could probably get away with something. I miss the days of playing Pop Dog with the Mag. Great times. Or XM. Wonderful times. Now it's a little bit too long range for that as Cello in the cubby. Forced away by Spray. Flashed in. Wins the bomb. Still more to find though around the smoke. Cello all but takes down one more. No way with 2. Try with another. It's up to Lash again. This time a 1 versus 4 instead of a 1 versus 1. Runs out of ammunition. Running out of health. He's down to 4 HP. And Try will put him down as well. No way in Try. Putting in a lot of work on that T-Con hold. But Cello, too, buying that extra time, getting the kill plus distraction on the initial entry. Doing great stuff for Imperial as they make that 1 eco round victory for Elevate. A flash in the pan and an isolated win. There's no way Lash hero ops here. There's no way Lash hero ops. Oh my gosh, he's hero opping with no pistols around. With just Deagles on 2 and Glocks on 2. Oh my.
One of the calls of all time.
It is one of the calls of all time.
Saw them do more with less.
Yeah, but the less might have actually been more in this case. You're more fluid,
Yes.
You're faster to move and react. The op puts a leash on you.
Tempers your aggression.
And if it goes down, it's a free op to the CT side. And now they know it's here.
Very interesting mind games is what I'll call it. Lash. Why do that? Oh, man. Off angle for SHR. Does so much damage. 4 HP left for the hero op. CK's out. Up towards top of B. And about
Keep it on
swinging
that
it.
clock.
40 seconds left. Probably going to be a pop play out B. 3 out of top. Hopefully those pistols, one will distract, and then one will drop to plant. The op gets the kill. Swing comes out. Lots of bodies here. Vinny caught by the Deagle and the Glock. Try. One indeed by Diozera. Good kill there. These angles for Imperial simply aren't panning out, at least not for the time being. CK Zhao drops SHR in the Chaos. The nade does so much to No Way. Or so much from No Way, rather. But it's a 2v4 for these last pair of players. They just can't finish off Diozera no matter how hard they try. Finally, he's done in. The op is still in heaven. Zeed's on site. Good shot. A third taken down. It's all down to CK Zhao. Deagle, back of oil. No kit in play. Still a good amount of time to work with. The Deagle tries to play the off angle, and it does so well, but it can't do the final bit of damage required. 4-1 as the defuse comes through, and will No Way recover the op? Surely he will. With that plant, oh, he went the wrong way. He still got it. Okay. That plant will give a solid buy to Elevate, thanks to their loss bonus. And BNC could even drop an op if they're so inclined. I don't think they are. No Way's had a blazing hot start to this map. 10-2 for him, 7 for Cello.
Yeah, those two have been good. But now Try's just received a donation from the enemy team. His favorite gun is now in his hands. Trying to wreak what havoc he can. Doesn't get anything started in the initial go. Takes a little bit of damage instead. As an Ivy split towards the outer site looks to be on the cards. No Way jumps over through that smoke, looks for a spot, but sees nothing. They do seem to have an idea that somebody's Ivy, though. And that's the big thing. That smoke will really telegraph this play. Vinny's coming in through CT. Cello, or CK Zhao rather, has the opener onto No Way. Molotov down, Vinny gets tested. They don't clear him though. The flashbang pops, but Vinny's not blind. Cello falls in the interim. Vinny still trying to cause chaos from back halls. Tossing more utility out. Op shot from Try. That's the lurk. SHR, a lot to do around the bomb train. Still has Vinny around as well. That smoke giving him a little bit of cover. Somebody can pop through that, and he's aware of that possibility. Flash is coming in. Molotov's going out. Diozera, not yet spotted. Over towards Pop Dog. SHR down into the cubby. Does Elevate have to make a side at some point here? Diozera out, exposed. BNC caught by Vinny. And a lash, the next to meet his maker as SHR swings around the corner. Imperial, a little bit of a predicament, but they come out on top as the individuals are shining. And an early tactical timeout used by Elevate here. Not into a buy round either, as they didn't get a bomb plant, so that means no full investment. A little bit tough for them moving into this next round. But Nate, Imperial, they might have had a little bit of a hiccup there losing to the Deagle round. Doesn't seem to be affecting them all that much.
No, it's been smooth sailing since. What is Elevate going for? It's,
Force.
not a save, but it's not a buy. Some players have money in the bank, some don't. Everybody's about at or above 1,000, barring Lash, who's saving up for his op, I'm assuming. This is an interesting buy. I like to play last round trying to pivot around back holes and using that to go through camera or through hell into A, but he's got stuck. He slowed down, stagnated. Imperial were able to exploit that. Straight walk towards B halls, brown halls. Imperial, a lot of information early. Push down Ivy for one. That's No Way getting so much information and so much control. It's now 3 players on B to stop this pop play.
Tries off over towards back. Train will not get anything. Finally he gets one, but it's Cello and SHR to get the others. 1 kill on the Deagle, but overall a nice mop-up job by Imperial on the site as that weird in-between force and half-buy goes awry, and Elevate don't really get anything off of that. Lash goes back to the op. We'll see if anything can actually work off of that timeout they called the round prior. Galil for
helmet
BNC.
for the op.
Helmets on everybody. Oh yeah, no helmet for the op. That's important to know. There's an
Everyone has-
AUG out for Vinny, too.
I like the AUG.
I do too. It's a great gun, especially close range headshot against armor, or against helmet, I should specify. But you also get that range on train, which is just so helpful. And Vinny's actually going to play the close stairs angle too, so he's not going to go for the long range duel. He's going to take advantage of that headshot, one shot at close range. Try spotted the one. Sees the legs. There's the shot. That's the nade to finish the job right there. Doesn't go
Off the
far
smoke
enough.
instead.
Yeah. Guess they thought he would have abandoned the site, that little angle. Great little angle there from Try, though.
Smoke. T-Con, very slow from Elevate. Trying to conserve what utility they can. Just up in T-Con, hoping for someone to press. Vinny. It's his turn to activate this time around. He's pushing up towards Brown Halls. He clears a lot of things out. He knows it's not going to be an upper B play at least. So now all of his teammates will go towards A. He's big round pushes. Oh, never mind. I was going to say they've been so good for Imperial. But this time around, it is unraveled. B and C gets the opening. Now a race at least in towards B. Zed in ladder makes Imperial second guess as Elevates go back and forth. They'll come in towards A. The bomb is here, but Try ahead of that Molly gets 2, gets 3 on the no-scope. USP out, won't get a 4th, but 7 seconds left to plant means they're cutting it close to the wire. It will go down. But a 1v2 for No Way has been made possible thanks to that op on Try.
Mentioned the Opper's difference here between these two teams, and Try is definitely showing up in spades. Got to see a lot of Try when he was back on 9Z. Really loved that roster. But now it's Try and Imperial. And No Way on top of the train to get the second as Diozera comes close, but no victory cigar for him. Defuse comes in. 7-1 scoreline in favor of Imperial. Bomb plan will at least keep Elevate in the bye. But Imperial continue to find the rounds. They're holding on in the pressure. And Try just displaying sheer brilliance with that push. Great shot on the first guy. Second one has to go through. No scope on the third. Just wonderful stuff from Try. And he's got his op back. Remember how we got that op too, Nate? It was a donation.
Donation from Lash, what was like 4 rounds ago at this point?
Yeah, 4 rounds.
Quite a while.
And that was the round where he bought the op and nobody else bought anything.
Yep, and they found, I think they got 2 kills, maybe a bomb plant.
I believe they got 1.
Try, it's 1. Zed getting out Olaf, it's a second. No Way now has to do a lot of fighting towards the electrical panel, but doesn't come up with anything. Zed a second from Olaf. He gets naded, he gets mollied, but he's still alive. And it looks like Try's op is going to again have to come in big. Never mind, they've rotated around towards B.
Yeah.
Vinny mops up Zed, realizes what's happening, but with so little control, now effectively smoked out. What can they do? Nice walk around from Vinny, but the timing just isn't quite there. A second earlier, and he might have found CK Zhao. Try. With that op, just going to go for exits now. The economy for Imperial is not good, despite how many rounds in a row they've won. Despite how dominant this half has been, their economy does not paint the same picture. It's been far more contentious in terms of kills than you might expect.
Yeah, the last couple of rounds have been pretty close. So Imperial are going to be on a bit of an interesting buy into this next round. I'm going to assume they're going to go all in around the op. Try could
Probably.
even drop an M4 over to somebody. We'll see.
Or drop a FAMAS. Oh, I'll drop an M4. Who has the default blast spray on? That's what I'm wondering. Who's the team? Aggression for the MP9 and the op in towards Long Dog. SHR at point misses the first shot, will fall back, lets the op go for the peak second. Good kill from Try. Now it's an awkward spot where SHR needs support and trying to peek through a smoke. He still finds a second in spite of that. BNC takes down SHR trying to escape, but the damage has been done. 4 versus 3. Diozera and BNC both low. CK Zhao caught on a lurk that just doesn't bear fruit. Final pair, kind of stuck at a loss. Not a lot of map control. They're going to group up, see what they can do. This has the makings of a continued Imperial advantage.
They're going to have to try to do something about Try, but he just refuses to be dealt with. Dink on to BNC through the box. Not going to make things easier for Elevate as they're both down with a combined 46 HP. An MP9 push from Vinny that could have yielded some extra cash does get unseated. And now Try is on for the ace here. He's the last man on the B site right now from Imperial as the other two are in towards Z. So it's a quick rotation either way. And I'm not sure why Elevate are so segmented here, so late into the round. I guess they're gambling on this, but nobody's about to catch off the one. The bomb's not really going to get sold here, and the Molotov's more or less going to isolate Diozera and Cello. So this fight's going to come one way or another. Exactly. Bomb down. That's the round. It's just a matter of if BNC can save his gun now, which is not going to help out with Elevate's shattered economy. At least he'll save, but he'll have no real loss bonus to drop anything over. He'll have 1100 to get nades again, I guess, but I guess aside from CK's out, it can buy up. It's still an awkward spot. Elevate can never really get out of this economic tribulation. They're always stuck with the pressure on.
Yes, they are. I will say, this is very well read by Imperial in that they don't over-rotate. Elevate has been a team that's been a lot, leaning a lot into the bait and switch. They've been quickly rotating around, always leaving somebody else on the other side to try and get an opening so that they can pivot back on a second's notice. But Imperial have done very well not to let them get the best of them. We're spread out for Elevate, but 2 at Ivy. No, 3 at Ivy, excuse me. For again, another walk down the back halls. Lash with his op here this time around. No way over at Hell, though. Catches CK's out. Get cleared by the Molotov and by BNC. Well done to bring it back to even footing, but a lot of damage taken, and not a lot of utility left for Elevate. They're going to have to work off timings. Zed out of Long Dog finds one. SHR, though, an immediate trade, bringing it back to even footing once again.
Try, though, wins another Opper's duel. He continues to dominate on this CT half. 15-3 now. No way was the out-and-out star, but then Try decided to activate with the op. SHR will get the last try, the penultimate of the round. 9-2 heading into the last round of the first half for Imperial on their opponent's map pick, and Elevate are struggling to accumulate anything on the scoreboard here. One-off rounds here and there. And this last round of the half, we'll see them on 2 Galils. The utility is sparse. AKs on 3. 4 flashbangs, 2 smokes, all they can afford. So realistically speaking, a fast A play is their only option given their buy, and it's exactly what they're going to go for. Chain flashes over, a couple smokes go down. SHR around, but it's Try for the opener. Massive utility damage. Try spots another, but No Way gets him first. Lash tries to peek out. He's gone down. No Way's doubled down, and so does Cello. A 10-2 lead for Imperial into the halftime break.
Imperial made Elevate look a fool in the first half of Elevate's map pick, leading it by leaps and bounds, 10-2. They take this pistol round. This map should be all but done and dusted. It's Pineapple Phillips and Boggs on the microphone. And a technical pause to start off the second half. Hopefully a brief one. Knock on wood. Yeah, it's already over. Look at that. Look at the investments we have for this pistol round. Flash smoke spread out on B and C and Zed. Dualies for Lash. And 2 sets of utility spread out on the T side as well. 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and a Molotov. A very involved lineup potentially coming through for the Imperial side of things. The question is, will they be going A or will they be going B?
The utility buy suggests A, so does then the later positioning as they sprint on out. Lash gets to E box, but there's nobody around him. They're slipping the gap, and they found a way behind. Try will find the first. Diozetta in the cubby, not burned out of position. Will at least find one, but they've ignored him for now, clearing out the rest of the site and even getting in towards CT spawn. SHR clears out Cubby, and now it's a bit of a retake scenario, but CK Zhao, Zeddy get a couple of kills. CK Zhao again out of Pop Dog. 2 big ones as it's up to Cello in a 1 versus 4. He's got 2 on the taps. Almost out of ammunition, swaps to a USP. Bomb is down, no kit salvaged. He needs these 3, and he's got it. 1 more to find. CK Zhao to avoid an 11-2, and he does just that. I think he's got enough time as well.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, comes down to the wire. But a good shot from CK Zhao makes it so Cello can't be the hero, despite his best efforts.
The first of many rounds in a row required for Elevate to come back into this one. If they lose against this force buy, it's still a dire situation for them. The pressure is on, but the best way to take it is 1 round at a time. Elevate, 2 FAMASs, 3 M4s, one of them being an A4 on CK Zhao. And Imperial have 3 Galils, a Tech 9, and a Mac 10. Some utility on a player or 2. Imperial looking for an early opening, perhaps through this smokes and this early utility. Perhaps even towards Ivy, as there are 2 players currently present. I think BNC got the spot there on the pixel angle. Imperial will just back away instead.
Slow and steady from Imperial as they work the wide holes now. Utility into Z. The train into B. Forthcoming. 1 flash, 2 mollies, 1 smoke. 53 seconds to go in the round. Only a nade for CT counter util. Fast rotations in the form of Diozetta and BNC. So now the utility comes in. Elevate should begin their rotates now. Flashes out. Good damage onto SHR. Try 1. SHR down to Lash. Diozetta rotating in. Couple of pistols around. A Mac 10 to mow him down. Lash, though, running out of ammunition. Backing away to the safety of CT spawn. As Try falls to BNC. Bomb goes down. Dink! But no kill for Vinny. Cello this time in a 1 versus 3. He had 3 in the 1 versus 4. He's got 1 in the 1 versus 3. Does not take a lot of damage. Sprays wildly, though. And BNC will be the one to eliminate him. 2 rounds in a row on the CT side to start things off for Elevate. But back-to-back bomb plants, plus a lot of damage for Imperial. Keep them knocking on the door of an 11th round. A half buy probably coming up here from the T side. I don't think they'll go for a full-on force, although you could make the argument given the lack of finances for Elevate. And that's exactly what Imperial look to be doing, at least with 1. Never mind, maybe they'll go for a more prudent half buy and decide, you know what, that's a bridge too far. Let's go for something a little more feasible. They can still do a lot of damage with the pistols here, and do not count them out of this round either.
No. A lot of the kills last round came from that Tech 9 close and personal. Vinny on point, half HP lost to utility. Almost gets the first onto Diozera. Looks like Imperial are transitioning away from A and instead towards B. How many defenders are here?
2.
SHR first at bat. Tech 9 at range. That's not going to work, buddy.
No. P250 at range, sure. Tech 9. Very slim chance.
Only do a half damage or half health to a headshot at that range. Imperial are just, they're leading B, but they're probing around with the player towards long dog in hopes of getting a damage and sowing chaos. Player spotted. No way. Firing
gosh.
6 bullets and doing 20 damage. Very oddly shaped object on top of that train car.
Out goes Cello. There's another one on site in SHR, but his low HP will expire. Dio's out, but down as No Way lands a shot with Vinny helping out on that damage. More utility coming in. It's a flashbang, but Cello up close and personal with a Tech 9 to a 3 versus 3. CK Zhao around Oil. One's to start it all, but all down to No Way, who falls to the CK Zhao. His push works. And now 3 to start out the half, but 3 consecutive bomb plants for Imperial tells a different story. Yes, the rounds with the wave elevate, but not clean, very close, and so the CT economy is struggling. The T-set economy, meanwhile, is flourishing, and Imperial are 3 rounds away from sending us to their map pick of Dust 2, while Elevate are struggling on their gamble pick of Train. The op is out for Lash. There is no counter from Try this round. But will Try even need that? Cello and No Way are also firing on all cylinders. SHR and Vinny haven't really had to do all that much, so their 6 and 10 scorelines make a little bit more sense. How will Try factor without the op is something to keep an eye on here. Because Lash didn't really get things going on the T side. Try stole the show. But here's the chance for Lash now. As he'll dodge the flash instead of take the shot, and I think that's just a little bit of nerves coming through from the younger op.
Straight walk out B. Contact plan. No smoke for this crossing. BNC falls though on the fight. Does deal good damage. The issue is SHR sidesteps the second player, throws a smoke in towards Z, and that's probably just the round. They might go for a kill on this flank. There should be no way for them back into it. In fact, they actually don't even go for the flank. They go back Ivy, saving the op and 2 M4s. You mentioned their economy being hamstrung, and this is now a very bad spot. If they save 3 rifles, they should be able to do something in the next, but as I say that, SHR. Ugly spray, but he drops the op. No Way, still continuing to hunt as well.
No Way runs through the smoke, runs into both, and he does get one. Has that flash to help out from Try. You know what the last one is as well. Another flashbang in, and it's only a matter of time before Zed goes down. It's Try to get the kill. Finney with the flash assist. And boom goes the dynamite there on Elevate's time in the sun. They're broke, and then they're going to have to force by here, or else they're going to be up against 7 map points to Imperial.
Is Try going to get all of his op kills using only not his op?
That would be hilarious. Because that's a great thing, too. He's not used anything but Lash's op this entire game.
Yeah, and he just got it back again.
Yep. I don't think HLTV tracks that, though.
No. That's more of a psychological warfare kind of situation. He points out after the fact. Try racing out, gets the first on the op, gets the second on the op. I figured he didn't invest into it because it might be more difficult to use on the T side, but he's still making it look quite good, at least for the time being.
He just wants to keep up a bit.
Yes, he does. Just BNC. He's gotten a good amount of damage in, but they know where he is, and he's in a 1v4. At this point, he's hoping he can goad someone into a push, do some damage before falling, but I don't think he'll be able to. SHR low on HP, but already holding the cross here. BNC is locked in.
SHR might find a timing on him if BNC goes to check Ivy, especially if the Ivy players make contact here as they're beginning to move in. They've got a great idea where he is. SHR does go in and does go down, but there's no way that he gets out of that. Try the one to find the third of his round, and all those kills again coming off of Lash's op Asimov. Maybe we'll have to get HLTV to track that. because I don't know if it's ever
It's
happened.
silly.
But it's hilarious. It's
Had to
utterly
have happened.
hilarious.
But it definitely is too funny.
Yeah.
5 sevens and a deagle. Utility, no kit. A true dream round for Elevate. They try to do
That's
something
one.
with these pistols. They did. Imperial's going through the smoke, looking for the opening. Deagle finds nothing. 5-7 finds nothing. Lose it bad next. It's a 5-7 and it will land one. But that should be about all they find. CK's out finds one more, an AK and a potential lineup, but no, it will not go his way. Cello instead puts the final player to bed. And Imperial make a statement on their opponent's map pick with a 13-5 victory to send us off to Dust 2.
Great stuff from Imperial there as they waltz all over Elevate's parade. It started off shakily for Elevate. They got that one round on the CT side with the Deagle and the Glocks. It looked like maybe they might have something. But once Try got Lash's op in hand, it all went up in smoke for Elevate. Nothing they could do to withstand the might of Imperial. And that means Dust 2 is up next on the other side of the break.
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Rhythm got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man were louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty and it came from Cali. I'm already here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. I was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
Telling you the truth.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to map 2 of this best of 3 between Imperial and Elevate. It's Pineapple Phillips and Boggs on the mic. Still, we have not left as of yet, and Imperial are looking to make this a rather quick best of 3. They pulled off a rather one-sided affair on Train, 13-5 victory on their opponent's map pick, and now we're off to the dusty sands of Dust 2. And given how op-centric this map is and how one-sided the Opper's duel was in the last map, things do not bode well for Elevate.
No, Try was a menace, a monster. He was incredible, but so were No Way and Cello. Those 3 single-handedly overpowered the entire Elevate roster. Meanwhile, never really got to see Lash get activated with the op. We saw some good moments from Diozetta and CK Zhao, but overall, it left a ton to be desired, and moving into the second map, this must-win map for Elevate to stay alive, I am very dubious about their chances. It was not close at all on Train, and Dust 2 is a very similar map to it. All the same sort of issues that plagued Elevate in that first map should be even more apparent here on Dust 2. I don't know. The gamble did not pay off, and then you also have to question, Nate, would picking a different map have made a significant difference?
No, I personally don't think so. I think this is another game where it's just the disparity of teams that we're seeing play makes it too difficult no matter what the situation is. We are into map 2. Imperial starting on the T side of their map pick. 2 sets of utility on the CT side with no kit. And 1 set concentrated on Vinny, but it's actually 2 players investing into said utility. Slow walk, lower tons, Lash on Cal trying to spot it. Couldn't see it around that smoke, I don't think. So he needs to be real careful because No Way is inching forward on Catwalk, and a close range fight against a Glock is a scary prospect.
Oh, it's a close-range fight against a Glock that goes against CK Zhao. I guess you could make an argument for mid-range, but it was still pretty up close and personal. Bombs have been spotted and dropped. But they still have to deal with the player in window. Diazetta, 1, 2, 3, flashed in by BNC. That yields 2, and Zed also comes through for another one, leaving SHR, the last man standing, over in towards B. He's walled out. There's a flank from Diozetta, and Elevate about to take their first lead of the series here, barring the miraculous. SHR, no idea there's a backstab coming, and Diozetta lands it for the 4K. The 1 on the duel, the flash for 2, and then the flank for the last. Elevate. That's a confidence booster. We'll see if they can build up with that.
Something they can hopefully translate into momentum. They didn't allow that bomb plant through, which means Imperial are on a save. Blocks 1 deagle. And a flash on Try. Get a second round rather cleanly. Maybe they can get the ball rolling early. And that will give them more prospects on this second map, which they couldn't find on the first. Slow one for Imperial. Trying to get information. Trying to hopefully mob someone down. Trying to wait out the utility if they'll be allowed to do so. Eagle mid. Looks for Diozetta. Instead, Diozetta wins the duel. Eagle recovered on Cat. So much of these Glocks just don't have that stopping power. 11 damage done to CK's out through that smoke. Another player finally dismantled. The third player dismantled. That was the deagle dropped. Just SHR on Cat. He might find one here. Good dink, but no kill. No luck. Clean one for the MP9 centric buy of Elevate. As we now look to the first rifle round, which will have some cracks for Imperial. Vinny's on a Galil. Cello might be inclined to do the same. No, he just goes for the AK minimal utility instead. Elevate. Win this round, and you have the momentum truly in your favor.
Well, the MP9s might make it a bit difficult. Imperial are expecting a push here. I like this idea from Imperial. They're thinking, hey, there's MP9s in play. They're probably going to try and close a gap, and that's exactly what they're about to do. CK's out, knows there's somebody around the corner, and there's no support. Cello's too far away. A drive-by shooting onto Vinny, and an opening pick for Elevate here. No, the gun's not recovered, but that's not the point. The man advantage has been gained, and the extra rotation over towards A is an interesting note. That was the M4 that's now waffling about in CT spawn. But it looks like Elevate really want to commit here. They want to go A. They really just want to push on in. And, well, there's Diozetta spamming through door, and he's got one of his own. The CT's coming up big, and Elevate are finding ways to get rounds and kills on the board. A rotation to B, though, coming through. Smoke will go back up. BNC coming in on the flank. Will he catch anybody? Will he get any information? No, he will not. Cello down bottom mid. Has to be careful now. There's players behind him. Up on boxes. Z cleared out well. Good duel by No Way. There's a lot of HP. Cello with it, taking half damage. A headshot onto Lash. And now Cello's activating much like he did in Train. Having a good performance here. Molotov just enough to discourage the push from Diozetta. But Cello gets caught by CK Zhao playing the long con. Try. Back sight. No Way on the side as well. But a pop-up from Try strikes onto Cello, and Diozetta on 11 HP can do nothing in this round. He'll save the AK, and just as the guns come out, Imperial crack open the egg and get a round on the board.
Elevate did at least make it expensive, and Elevate did also have a clean round 2. That means they have enough money in the bank, just about, to get a solid rifle buy on the board. They aren't out of gas yet. If they're so inclined, Diozera could drop an op, which might give them the edge towards the middle. Imperial is going to reinvest almost all of their gains from that round. Have a far more solid buy this time around, but again, that op, it is dropped over towards Lash. We'll see if he can redeem himself following that first map where he was very quiet. He's a glass cannon, so he needs to be careful.
Will he give Try an op again? Remember what happened on Train? Where Try got all his kills with Lash's op?
Yes.
That can happen again here. Although Lash will spot one. Try kills him with the AK! Oh
that is a shot.
Oh, Try just won't be stopped. He's entering out with the AK now. With the bomb!
Team just streamlining out into sight. They'll probably plant for Catwalk as well. BNC is long. Noah's holding for this push.
Bomb has been planted.
Noah. Oh my gosh, the timing.
Does BNC clear it? Does he know?
Ooh, belabored spray, but it does connect. BNC was trying to exit. They're going to go for a 4-man save. Diozera does recover the op as well, so it won't be picked up by Try, at least not yet. They are already hunting.
Yeah, they know all the info now. Oh, the op gets caught. The player box at least does take out Cello. Here comes SHR from behind. Zed with 2. CK's out. Can he hold on to the op? No, he cannot. It should be recoverable here, and it's going to go right into the hands of Try. And here we go again, Nate. Try has Lashes off, and so it continues. And that round all started with the AK kill from Try top mid onto the op bottom mid of Lash. The glass cannon didn't even factor. It was a clean headshot.
An incredibly clean fight, and Try now boosted up, looking for the push middle. See some players crossing. Imperial, it was a gamble to go for that hunt because they had such little money in the bank, but they knew if they were successful in their endeavors that it would be a save. And right now you can tell it's one Deagle and a bunch of USPs. There's a MAC-10 on No Way who's going to try to harvest some cash, but he's declared all his angles. Belabored on the first, and he's caught by Zed trying to fall back. This player, Carr, will he be cleared by SHR? No. 3 players line up. So much damage taken. CK Zhao finds one before falling. But SHR is on 12 HP. 3 kills would be meaningful damage. Then by Elevate. Now it's just Diozera. He does at least have a Deagle, and he does get a parting gift as well. Reading a quick trade. 3 falling, though. It's going to keep that T-side economy down low.
It's going to keep that T economy low, but Try has Lash's op again. The CT's buying up. Get 1 for Lash to try and compete with. M4s on everybody else. Lack of helmets won't affect. Lack of a kit perhaps will, though. Would have liked to see Lash sell the helmet and buy a kit here. Out long door. It's a good flash for SHR, but a better shot from Cello, who's continuing to be on a tear here. Spray from Vinny. Won't really find anything, and Cello gets forced back by counter spam from the CTs. Still an early pick for the T side. Always a good boost. Getting that long control, a player tucked into pit. That's going to draw extra rotations over towards A as well. Imperial don't have to commit off of this. They can take their time and rotate back around. But I think they are going to go all in on this A take here, Nate, as they're really grouping up for it. And so are Elevate, who really have no reason not to gamble here. Their backs are against the wall in this qualifier. They got demolished on their own map pick, so why not take a chance or two? Molotov's going to force him out. Yep. Tries on the AK
Swap his op
again.
over.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cello was low. 19 HP. Bogdan's Law. Diozera playing around the smoke. Doesn't get the kill. Try. Toying with them. Gets across. Well done. Low HP, though. So still a player count. Missed shot from Lash.
Got him dead to rights there. He needs that kill.
It's a collapse of the defense. 2 players in spawn, 1 on catwalk. They all fall without finding anything. Cello still has Lash's op in hand. It'll be dropped back over. And Elevator again back to pistols. Deagle, make that 2, make that 3. 157, a little bit of utility on BNC, who's dipping into the coffers to get that. Again, the op boost, trying to find something aggressing middle. Instead, it's Vinny to find it first. One of the Deagles on catwalk next to that. Tags Vinny down quite low. It's no way from lower to get 1 and 2. Save his teammate. At this point, it should be a mop-up for this final pair of players. They could get 1 by sitting in the right corner and finding a timing, but it doesn't seem likely.
Well, as it stands now, Imperial should have an easy 5th on the board. Try, flicks down, can't quite get it, goes to the Glock, as he's yet to get an op kill on Dust 2. He's got 2 Glock kills and no op kill on this map, despite getting the vast majority of his kills on train with the op.
Doesn't need it.
No. He's got AK kills, he's got Glock kills against Glocks, he's got a timeout forced out of Elevate, he's got Lash's op still in hand. And Elevate are running out of time. It's still early, yeah. But they don't have the option, the luxury, of letting this run on longer like this.
No, they don't. Lash at least has his op in hand yet again. But it's a performance much like Train, where he's been mostly absent. Try, will you go for the peak middle? Lash, will you do the same? It doesn't look like it. Lash appears to be leaning over towards A instead, whether it be catwalk or long. Only time will tell. This nade middle. A lot of team damage done by that. A boost thrown by Cello. Lash is going to go catwalk. I'm going to try to find something, or he was thinking about trying something. I think he'll boost up and look lower instead. Slow one for Imperial to just show presence across the map and get some control.
A little bit of long flashing in, but Try's position in pit will be hard to unseat. SHR gets timing as he leaves lower tunnels. Just as Diozera peeks on through, BNC around that smoke finds no way, takes a leg shot from tries. He jumps to escape a critical death. 3 versus 5, 45 on the clock here for Imperial to work with. They're quickly running out of time in this round, though, and they lack that critical opener. Utility going through, a site smoke. CT smoke should come as well, though I don't... Yeah, there it is. That's all the smoke's left. Counter utility raining in, Molly for Catwalk. BNC right here in elevator. Smoke gets blown over, and BNC down to 8 HP. But here comes the utility in for Imperial. 20 seconds, get that bomb down. They gotta go, go, go. Vinny clearing up, nobody peeking from the CT side. They're waiting for the sound cue. Try watching long as a futile gesture. The bomb is not down. There's 10 seconds to go. They have to plant. They know one's towards elbow. And that will be the kill that unseats this round. Yeah, Try gets one. But he's going to die after time. Potentially, there's another flick. Can Try survive? They don't want to lose a third gun in the round. And so Elevate's third round comes with a bit of a cost, but not too much. Try, of course, plenty of money, as does the rest of Imperial have. So they'll go back to the drawing board. But I feel like Imperial took that one a little bit too slowly there, Nate. And they allowed themselves to get picked off a little bit of timing and lower, and it just snowballed out of control from there.
Yeah, timing and lower was very unfortunate, but SHR watching two very important angles all by his lonesome like that is a very difficult spot to be. If you lose him, you effectively lose half the map control. As Elevate rightly read, it was going to be an A play, given how isolated he was. B play, potential on the cards. Triple nade out the doors. They seem to be hard reading that somebody will be at car, or jumped up car, I should say. No one is there. Try. Middle op duel. One, it's not against the op, it's actually against Dio Zero trying to spot over the smoke. Potential mid to B now on the cards as 4 players are here with quick in tunnels. Spot from Lash in middle. Spots his op for counterpart, but can't hit the shot. Good flash. It does not matter. It does not matter. It is try to get the second in the round. CK Zhao up close is now going to have his work cut out for him.
Wow, wow, wow. Doesn't matter what you do to Try. He will succeed. Wonderful work from him. And just a continuation of his domineering performance from Train. Vinny goes out, gets traded. Cello goes 1 for 1 as well. The rest of the team goes in B. Zed with another big kill. Can he get a third here? Still alive, still fighting, and he's got that third. It's down to a 1 versus 2 for Tried. He's got the wall being shot on the first, expecting the last to come through middle. Playing chicken with the clock, though. 17 seconds to go. BNC thinking he needs to move. Try finally has to go. He'll be the one to flinch first. Fakes the plant. Up comes BNC. He's spotted. I think he saw Tried. He'll win the fight. Try has fallen. And Elevate double up on gun rounds here. Back to back they go. And draw to within 1 of tying up Imperial on the anti-penultimate round of this half coming up. We'll see if they can do it. Try has his own op in hand for, I believe, the first time in this series, Nate.
Yeah, I noticed. The end of an era.
The end of an era. Unless he doesn't
Or he
get a
just
kill
doesn't
with
get a
it
kill.
and gets Lash's op back. And then we continue with the meme. But I feel like that's a little unlikely.
Bit far-fetched. Yep, there it is. He gets the kill on the jumping CK Zhao.
I'm kind of sad.
I am too. Lash is on catwalk. I might take a challenge here. Lash volleyed back. Try and Cello bullied by some utility. Smoke for the cross will come through, but they aren't going to commit off it, at least not necessarily. The bomb is here, but so are every single CT player. 1 at long, 1 at CT, 2 towards the side. Zed. It's actually a catwalk, not CT. He'll find 1 pushing through the smoke. Still an advantage for Imperial. Tries going to cut off this rotation. That's the second player he's shot that's been jumping in the round. Lash gets a leg shot, but not a kill. 4 versus 2. Probably going to be a save for BNC and Lash.
It should definitely be a save for them, and there's no real answer as they get a couple of rounds in a row, but Imperial will at least get 6 out of this half with a good chance for 8. The slim chances which Elevate possessed in this map seem to be getting slimmer by the round, by the kill that comes through from Try and company. And there really has been no way to unseat Try, Cello, or No Way. Each individual of those 3 has come up with big moments, round after round, time after time. And it does seem to really just be kind of a matter of levels here between these two teams. And you can't really say Elevate's playing a bad game of Counter-Strike. They're just getting overwhelmed.
Yes, they are. 6-4. Almost a potential fight there. The buy for Elevate still going to be hamstrung. They might even just half buy and go for the final round of the half. That's what they'll do. Try though. Another heater for him. Boost it up. Once again, like this, it's a different off angle every single time, but it's a very niche angle holding middle for the lower tons push. Nothing will come of it. Diozera trying to fight lower tons. Cello, though, is spotting this. Away pulling the smoke, gets one of the rifles, pushing long doors. Elevate getting desperate, trying to find ways to make plays. Because letting it get under the wire just simply hasn't worked. That rifle cannot be recovered either. Diozera mollied off catwalk. Doing their due diligence.
Eagle for Zeed. Finds nothing. CK Zhao on the flank, though, gets one as Zeed eventually finds SHR. The op from Try, though, of course, ever present on the kill feed. Goes for more, misses the leg shot. Lash lands it. But now it's going to be a bit of a gamble between the two of them, going back and forth for more. Try flicking everywhere, but connecting with nothing. No Way, though, has the bomb and can at least eke out a bomb plant. There's a chance he can do some more here, but the likelihood of that, not very high. He'll fake the bomb plant, look for a push, realizes it's not coming, and at least secure the extra money here. As Elevate look for the critical 5th round, as it's only a matter of time before hold the phone. No Way should fall, but will he is the question. Lash AK out, No Way just tapping around, buying time, killing clock, dealing damage, and somehow still not falling. More damage, the spray, the prayer not yet answered. Only flashes for Lash as he closes the gap. No Way still spraying, he's praying, but it's Lash who finds it in the end. No Way so close and yet so far, playing the long game, trying to kill all of that time. And coming up oh so close from an immense clutch with no HP. But at last, Elevate gain 5, they grab it, crawling, kicking, and screaming. And Imperial, they're by here into the last of the half with 2 Galils. The op, of course, for Try. And a double op setup for Elevate. Diozera on the secondary op. We'll see what he can do with it, but I would like, honestly, almost more to see him with the AK or a rifle or an M4. But Try's gone aggressive. He's stayed his welcome far too long. And now look at CK Zhao.
Through underpass, yeah.
Yeah, he's all the way through. He's on the flank. He's going to get the bomb. It's only a matter of time. He spots it. Spots the player. Lets him go. That's a choice.
Player coming back T-spawn. He's got to do it now or never. Any heard, caught. CK Zhao can't get a second, but he does so much damage to No Way and Cello. Well done from him. Biding his time. It was a very big risk, but it pays off. As Imperial are now down very far in comparison. Still a minute to work with, but again, low HP on No Way and Cello. SHR is going to have to do the heavy lifting, and he's been mostly absent in this first half of the second map.
The round's not over, though, although this nade might make it much closer to being so. In it flies. Doesn't kill anybody, but Cello's down to 2 HP. No way on 8. Cello around the corner. Second nade comes in. Down goes Cello. SHR falls as well. And so the 6-6 score line goes to half number 2. Elevate, tie it up, and we'll see what they can do on the other side of the break.
Knew what you were doing all along. Tried to disappear. You can't find me. You can't find me here. Soon the world will be far behind. I tried to get away, but you keep sending me a sign. Oh, baby, there's nothing I can do. Baby, I'm telling you the truth. You always keep me on my toes. Don't wanna keep on going. If I can't be with you, take my heart. You knew what you were doing. Take my heart. You knew what you were doing all along. Take my heart. You knew what you were doing. You knew what you were doing all along.
What's up? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to half number 2 of Imperial versus Elevate. It's map 2, the map pick of Imperial, and Elevate pulled off quite the comeback to bring it back to a even keel 6-6 as we enter the second half. It's Pineapple Phillips and Boggs on the mic, and Imperial on the defense with no kit, but dualies and some utilities sprinkled about. Elevate go for a Super Soldier on Lash and have a little bit of utility of their own, some of which they've already used down in towards middle. Slow walk long. There is one player on site. No way will have the advantage at range if, of course, he can hit his shots.
And you mean headshots, right? Not body shots.
Of course.
He's got one. Vinny has another, but down goes Cello as No Way falls as well. Tries dual Berettas, though, as he seems to be a jack of all trades and a master of most. Adds a pair of kills, leaving Lash as the last alive. E250 raid boss. not another kill. SHR gets his second of the map. And Imperial, they'll stalwart defend with a pistol round victory and see what more they can do. I don't think Elevate are going to force buy here. I think they're going to go for the full buy in round 3 of the half. Never mind.
See Lash as a scout. I would expect the full save. I agree with you. I think Lash, what he's doing is he's going for a scout here so he can get the Glocks in a potential spot to get a kill. And he's also going to go for the scout in the next because he's not going to be able to buy an op anyway.
Yeah, that's probably the call. They got a couple of deagles too. The buy's not going to be as great, but they get the opening kill onto Try and tell me it's not going to happen again. Tell
It's
me
an
we're not
M4,
going to see a
only
repeat.
M4. Only rifle that the CT's brought into the round has been taken, but SHR redeeming himself from that disappointing first half. You're right, drops the bomb. But there's an M4 to worry about in CK Zhao's hands. Imperial have to be careful. Zed, ooh, gets the Glock kill.
The bomb's still not under control here for Elevate, but they've done damage and gotten 2 kills. More damage onto SHR. No way's a dead man walking here. He tries to jump across. Successful. That's a good ding on the CK Zhao. Down goes that, but Zed has 2 on the MP9 of his own. It's down to the 30 HP, No Way. And no way is this going to happen again. We had a round on Train, I believe it was round number 5, where Elevate won with a couple of deagles, a scout, and a Glock.
Yeah,
It's happened again.
history does tend to repeat itself. I didn't think it'd be twice in one series, though.
Seriously.
Plant down on B. No way, I guess he could go try to find that M4 and save it. It's on Catwalk, I think. Lash is already looking to get his hands on that. There it is. And Lash gets the kill on the No Way as well. The MP9 doesn't have that stopping power, even pre-nerf.
Yeah, although it was kind of a bunch of leg shots there.
True.
Because I don't think Lash had armor.
Yeah, no one did.
So he hits body shots there. Lash is done.
One hero M4 for Try. Dropped over by SHR, who's on a deagle. This is a forced buy for Imperial. It's a desperate one at that. Elevate have 4 rifles and 1 MP9. Zed reading into the dire economic situation. Holding on to that weapon makes sense. It's smart. Sensible. Where's Try at? He's at Goose. Bomb does go up Catwalk, which it is kind of hinting to right now. We'll give Imperial a chance. They have 3 players on A. 1 in middle. He blocked the smoke. Looks like it is going to be some sort of A play. Try. It's time. Doesn't win the first duel cleanly, but he has support. Elevate. Trying so hard to take this player down, to drop that rifle. No Way gets 1, but Try does go down, and now things get weird and awkward. Vinny has pushed lower tons. It's not going to be a tons play. It's going to be straight out towards mid to B instead. SHR around the smoke, can't find anything. He'll boost up a teammate, but it's too late. They're already crossing the site. Vinny does at least drop one of the rifles. Does give them something. Still a 3 versus 4 in this site. Very doable for Elevate. Unless Imperial can sow enough chaos on this entry.
Well, there's one, and Zed will get one of his own. BNC, though, holds back flat with 2. P250 finds nothing. BNC all 3. Strong finish there for Elevate as they take a lead into the mid to late portions of Dust 2. And this is where things are going to start to get a little more interesting. No buy for Imperial. just the USPs and the one Deagle. Elevate should get 9. From this point, the map can either turn handedly to Elevate, continue scrappily, or Imperial can run away with it. Elevate control their destiny right now. And the obvious answer for Elevate is that they close this one out and take us to a third map of Nuke. They'll have to finish the job. Starts with a clean round here, setting it up nicely. 2 quick kills from CK Zhao, 1 from BNC. CK Zhao going for more for glory, and he does eventually fall. It's not too bad though, although... What?! Oh. 1 round, 1 shot, and 1 kill! Finally put to bed by BNC, but Vinny makes it a little more expensive. And, well, no pressure. Knows he has 1 chance. Does not miss.
No, he doesn't. Round was going to go the way of Elevate. The question was how many could he find? 2 is the best you could reasonably expect. In fact, I don't even think that's a reasonable expectation given his weaponry. Full rifles now for Imperial. Same for Elevate, but they have the op for Diozera. Must be a spawn-based thing for the A long peak. Doesn't pan out this time around. But Imperial, lacking on utility. They do at least have a kit. But only 1 smoke left now. And 1:30 in the round. It's going to have to be won by duels here, Bogson.
The first one might just be Cello. Dio's at our round. He wins 1. So does BNC. Lash with another. No Way comes in. He's up on Cat. SHR goes down to CK Zhao, as does No Way. And that's not half as much as Imperial need in the duel department. They're losing the duels right now. Zed is having a map. Try and No Way are doing what they can. Vinny's having an okay performance as well. But Cello and SHR in particular are having so little impact that it's almost like they're not even there on the server half the time. And for Elevate, everyone's having a good game except for Lash, but he hasn't really even been needed. And it's not like he's having a terrible game either.
No.
Elevate have risen to the occasion. No Way is trying to shut that down with a good start on the Deagle. But there needs to be more consistency when the guns come out as well. Zed's got to be careful here. MP9 to run him down. SHR does not do anything with that, though. And Vinny has to be careful not to get overrun himself.
Promising start. Now kind of getting awkward. Vinny's known to have been here, but that doesn't stop him from swinging. Good shot. Lash, though, a trade onto his nemesis try. And another on Catwalk. Cello clearing that angle deeply enough. You can see slowly getting his way out of lower tons. Head spotted by No Way, but the shot is not nearly so clean as the first. It's just Vinny lower tons. He has an AK. This position known, it should be near impossible. Straight long they'll go. CK Zhao's already posted on this peak from Vinny. Instead, just grab the bomb, go for the plant. Let his teammates long be the insurance policy for this round. Swing comes in from Vinny. No success at this at bat. 11-7, 4-round lead and only 2 separating Elevate from that third map of Nuke. This is a tremendous return to form from them, given the rather desperate start they had on this map.
Tremendous is a great word to use for it, because it really has been beyond, above, and just over top of whatever we could have expected from Elevate. Meanwhile, Imperial are forced to use a timeout into this round. They know what's at stake now. You think Imperial wants to go out in stage 1 of the Pro League qualifier when they're a favorite to qualify for the main tournament itself? Of course not. This is a team that should be up there with Legacy, battling for that spot at Pro League. I think you could make an argument for 9Z, although much more of a dark horse candidate. But really, Legacy and Imperial are the 2 teams that stand head and shoulders above the rest in this competition. And Imperial are struggling here at the beginning of this race.
Yes, they are. We highlighted it non-stop when we did the NA qualifier. Things only get harder from here. So the fact that Imperial is struggling as the number 4 seed going into this tournament, it's not bode well for their chances throughout the stage 2. It's only going to get harder, only to get more tough. They're struggling against a team that we had them beating rather cleanly.
But this map has been anything but clean. Try, though. Starts off with 1. Picked off by Lash on the return. No way. Spots a bunch of players around. But the M4, not known for a one-shot headshot, does damage, and that is all. Utility raining in from both sides. Cello sacrifices a little bit to make sure that bomb will not go down, unfortunately for him. Kent 100 to 0. Diozetta, 3 players low, 2 in the red, 10 and 11 HP. Cello still on catwalk. BNC backstab on Vinny. Spray through the smoke on Cello. And Elevate 1 round away from taking us to the 3rd map of this elimination match between Imperial and Elevate. That 3rd map is Nuke. And Imperial, they call the timeout. They got the opening pick. But they got nothing else. That was it. They got damage. And now they're forcing. They have to. 5 map points for Elevate.
Desperate situation. 3 MP9s, M4, Deagle, lackluster utility. There's at least a kid in play. They are at least covering that base, but Imperial, I've seen nothing to be confident in on this CT side. They won the pistol round. That's all they won. They've won nothing since then. It has been an absolute slide from what was a, again, even keel first half 6-6.
Another debacle. I think you can make an argument for this whole mapping a debacle, though. There's no way Imperial should have gotten out of that first half 6-6.
No,
they had so many opportunities.
They started floundering about midway through that first half.
And then they lose to the pistol half buy. Wasn't even a real heavy investment. No armor around the Scout and the Deagles on round 2 of the half. And it's just been a downward spiral. Nose first into the ground at this point. A execute on the cards. 1 player to defend is Try. He's been good. And he'll go forward for 1. Lots of damage on to Diozetta as well from the Molotov. And No Way runs right into him on the boost, but there goes No Way. Cello, however, picks up another. Try spams away, but he cannot find another. BNC with 2. Bomb can go down. BNC will plant. Retake coming through. 1 up cat, 1 out long, 1 CT spawn. Nade goes into CT, does nothing. BNC, though, on a heater. Looks for more. Spots out SHR. Sprays away, can't find anything. Viddy starting to activate from Cat. Nade in. Does 5 damage on the Lash, but jumping MP9 is still in play. Lash, what can he do? 1 more headshot. Can he close the map? Molotov into his position. He's forced away. Burning down to 63. Up over top. Cello's got the fight. And so Imperial will live to fight another round. They're not done just yet. I think they've got enough time to defuse, actually. That's pretty close.
Where was the kit? There was one in play. It was on Vinny. Where did Vinny go down? It must have been on
he
Catwalk.
went down long, I think,
Long
or
or Cat?
Cat. 1 of the 2. He was Cat.
8 to 12, but 1 player surviving is not good for the CT economy. They're going to have to continue to make compromises. MP9's again on the board for SHR and Vinny. No Way, Try, and Cello all on rifles. The op for Lash still in play. One cat. More passive hold from Imperial. 2 on B, 1 CT, 1 site. Very slow.
So slow. And No Way might just get a gift. CK Zhao, though, thinks better of entering the doorway. We'll probably wait for a flash from Z, although they're both hot flash in. Easy dub onto No Way. Good clear from CK Zhao. Try now has to try to activate up towards Catwalk. He's being pressured on both angles. Gets the one. There's still another on Cat. Clears up long. Try. One more. Z down. Diozetta, though, off the Catwalk. Catches him off guard. Flipping SHR. And now just Vinny in a 1 versus 3. Dink and finish onto the first. Bomb yet to go down. 15 seconds to go. Time not a factor anymore. Lots of damage. Not the kill for Vinny. Low on ammo. 12 rounds. Gets the reload off. Lashes down to 29. CK Zhao potentially dinkable here at 68. It's going to come down to some fights here for Vinny. Has to be careful not to get stomped on from above, which is exactly what happened. CK Zhao comes on through. And 13-8, Elevate hold off Imperial and hold off elimination in this closed qualifier to take us to our first third mapper of the night here, Nate, in our last best of 3 of the night. That is a massive turnaround from Elevate, an incredible showing. CK Zhao in particular, spectacular. I don't know.
Yeah.
Imperial scared me now.
I'm getting scared for them at this point. Elevate turned things around about the midway point of that first half and simply didn't look back. They lost, I think, 2 rounds total in the second half, took things over on the T side, and showed us that they do deserve their spot here in this last best of 3 in stage 1. Will Elevate continue? Will they pull off the reverse sweep, or will they fumble at the final hurdle? We'll see when we return from the break.
go to broad daylight, feeding every night like Friday night. I keep the party on rock and the Bombay ice. Gotta see stars like Broadway lights. I told a baby girl, you don't gotta kick it with the daydreamers. You can skip the line, I'm the gatekeeper. Plus I got the crowd going crazy, dance floor blazing up, going. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. With the VIPs in your city, getting litty as a BIC, huh? Yeah, screaming life's a gift, so we live till the bullets till we DIE. DJ, put it back on, keep it hype, we don't wanna hear no sad songs. Everybody up in here just wanna celebrate. Sip a little drink, get the dance on. That's all, listen, everything good over here. We don't want no problems, we just want cheers. Toast to the good life, wine, liquor, beer. Haters getting blocked if they trying to interfere. Swag on 100 in my drink.
A dominating start for Imperial fizzled out on their map pick of Dust 2, taking us to Nuke, the third and final map of this elimination series in Stage 1 of the ESL Pro League Season 22 South American Qualifiers. Boggs and Pineapple Phillips on the call. And Nate, all the analysis can now leave the window because Elevate just came up with the impossible, and their individuals shined while Imperials faded into obscurity.
Yeah, Imperial's individuals showed up a decent bit. We didn't see the same dominance from Tri, for example, but Elevate actually came to play in this one, unlike Train, where it felt like everybody fell flat. And Imperial had a couple weak links that were pretty readily exploited by Elevate, leading us to where we are now on map 3, something that you and I had written off as a very, very, very small probability of happening has in fact come to fruition. And as you mentioned, now kind of a lot of our analysis is out of the window. We were banking on the fact, we were expecting that Imperial, the number 4 seed in this qualifier, would be able to close this out 2-0.
Yeah, but they were not able to do that. And some individuals in particular, SHR, was not up to the task. No Way had a bit of a slow map as well, which was not ideal. Cello was better in the second map than the first. Vinny had a little bit more impact, but overall, Imperial just did not have what they needed. They made some really bad decisions, pushed angles they shouldn't have, segmented themselves from teammates, and over-aggressed on that CT side in places that they shouldn't have, and exposed themselves to getting picked off one by Elevate. Meanwhile, Elevate, they played their game, they played their style, and it worked out. They hit their shots. CK Zhao was a menace. Diozetta, fantastic. Zed as well. A quiet top of the scoreboard performance, too.
Yeah, very solid. Just impact through every round. It wasn't necessarily felt, like the sensational multi-kills that we would see from Tri or something like that, but he still was almost always having impact, almost always getting kills here and there, and that just got them across the line. Imperial, how do they change things on this third map? Because it does feel like the individuals need to wake up. We need to see Tri again outclass the likes of Lash. We need to see those early head starts from players like No Way. And I think we need to see some pistol round victories from them as well, because this map, although it's still in their favor, both teams have a respectable record on it.
Yeah, both teams had a respectable record on Dust 2 as well. So that also comes into play. And then considering the fact that you can't really compare the opposition Imperial plays versus the opposition Elevate plays, just looking at the raw stats and seeing how that worked when it came to Dust 2, you really have to think Elevate has a solid chance at upsetting Imperial here in Stage 1 and not letting them advance. That is a scary thought if you're Imperial. Going out in Stage 1 of the Pro League qualifiers, not even making it to Stage 2, opening that door wide open for Legacy, for 9Z, to really just rain on your parade, not to mention the lack of any VRS points moving forward through the Stage 2 of the qualifier, which is a VRS event, plus Pro League as well, if you make that, in a situation where every single spot at the major is VRS, you have to make it. You have to get as many points as you can, because everything is dictated by those points.
Absolutely everything is. And I was wrong. They're actually the number 3 seed. So even more to lose if they fail to show up into that stage 2 of this qualifier. The only 2 teams above them are Legacy and Audic. We saw Legacy qualify earlier in a very one-sided affair. I think Audic hasn't started yet, or has it? I'm not sure. Either way, I'm not sure what to even analyze at this point. Just have to wait to see what happens. Pistol round is going to give that early momentum. We do get to, I don't know if we're going to see the knife round, but there will be a knife round to determine who starts where. That could also give away some of that early momentum, so we'll see what happens. One thing's for certain, though, I think Try's going to be firing on all cylinders like he was on the first 2 maps. The question is, will he be firing enough cylinders to help his team get across that line?
Or will the engine that is this Imperial roster have enough cylinders firing to get them enough horsepower to go across the line? Because it can't just be one guy. You can't just rely on one player to be your entire engine. So you ever had an engine misfire, Nate? Ever had a cylinder go out?
No.
Not fun. You don't get power. Your engine makes a lot of weird noises. And you really shouldn't be driving on that. So, for Imperial, they were able to squeak by in that first map with 3 out of 5 cylinders going. They need 4. Minimum. Minimum make it an I4. But you really want this thing to be a full, cohesive unit. It's a team game, after all. The whole team has to be there. That's why Elevate won on map 2. The whole team was there.
They played as a unit as well. They had some really good flashbangs, really good spacing. It did not look like the team we saw on map number 1. They looked prepared for this map. And again, as we talked about, everybody here has played these maps pretty well. Both these teams have, but you'd expect to be outclassed, especially when you lose your own map pick. And yet, Elevate didn't come in with that mentality. Even if they are the heavy underdogs, they are still fighting tooth and nail for everything. And I mean, look at the scoreboard thus far. Elevate, it's not pretty, but they're getting it done. They only have 1 player positive in terms of KD, 1 player neutral, whereas we have 3 positive on Imperial, including, of course, Try at plus 22 and a 1.70 rating over the first 2 maps. Like, it's just difficult. Imperial are so much more top-heavy, and Elevate, it's just, again, not pretty, but they're getting the job done when needed.
Yeah, this is a scary situation for Imperial. A really scary situation for Imperial. The VRS system is a rich get richer. The poor get poorer. You need VRS points to get invites to tournaments, but you can't get invites to tournaments without VRS points. So, if you're Imperial, you have to win. But it looks like the teams are still delaying the start here of map 3, so we're going to cut to a break, and when we return, we will have Nuke coming up for you, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I don't got no time for no BS or no negative ideas in my vibe, cause I'm just too blessed. Run it back. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A brief delay, but we are into the action. Pineapple Phillips and Boggs on the mic, and Imperial, at least so it appears, won the knife round because they are on the defense of Nuke. This is the decider. Winner will move on to stage 2 of the Pro League qualifier. Loser is eliminated, so high stakes action in this one. Elevate punching above their weight class, to say the least, in that second map to get us to Nuke. Elevate. Throwing one smoke for the cross and a flash as well to blind No Way at Unbreakable. Try those spamming. Those dualies in his hand have been very good on the pistol rounds. This one is no exception. 2 found. And now 3 left down secret. SHR is around. There's one lurking in lobby. I was wrong. Zeed is at hut. Should be caught from above, though. Another set of dualies await him there. It's Vinny. Just Slash and CK Zhao. Slash has a P250. He's caught again by Try's dualies. CK Zhao gets one. Goes into the vents. 4 more in under a minute. Seems near impossible. Vinny's holding the vents. Some players are down secret. There's nowhere CK Zhao can go. At least nowhere he can go stealthily.
Well, if he could take a couple more with him, that would be nice. He does at least take 1 more down. But an Imperial win a pistol round, and you stressed the importance of the pistols in the pre-map talk, so a good start for Imperial on their CT side. But of course, I'll have to worry about the Elevate half-buy, because they've fallen victim to it twice now. Once on Train, once on Dust 2. And that loss on Dust 2, that second round of the second half, was really what began the true death spiral for Imperial. Yeah, they started falling off there towards that midway portion of the first half, but that was really the death knell. That's the ring that told us all what was going down. And it's going to be Deagle and Glocks out for Elevate. They're not going to go heavy onto this round, which I guess is a decent consolation for Imperial. Maybe they'll be able to not lose to Glocks here.
Hopefully. He managed to harvest some cash. Timing isn't quite there, but Cello gets 2. Vinny a 3rd from secret. The range of the M4 shining through. Vinny's still low, though. No survive nonetheless. Cello swings to get a kill to harvest some more money. Succinct save slash slight investment. As Imperial make light work of it. Keep all 5 up. And they'll keep their guns into this bonus round as well. Or will they? Cello upgrades. Just swap guns, actually. Gives it to Vinny.
Probably positional.
Respected as well. Elevate. Not the best buy, lacking some utility, but they have 4 AKs and a Galil. That's a pretty good investment. Trying to get aggressive outside the yard. Flashed in, gets 1, gets almost a 2nd. That nade drops CK Zhao and Dio Zera down to a combined 11 HP. Zeed, timing out the smoke, going back of vent. It's a position that Cello is going to need to worry about, but it doesn't seem like he has any idea that someone could be there.
Zeed still out first vents. Meanwhile, a team kill onto Diozetta from Lash is a very rough way to lose at even footing, which is an advantage for a T side here. Lash goes for more spray. And now we'll back away. No way, won't clear first fence, though. Not expecting that, but there's the instantaneous trade from Cello. That'll keep Imperial up a man now as CK Zhao 4 HP, Lash on 100. Might start to think about going for a save, but CK Zhao's route towards heaven might just find the gap. But tries watching for it, spots the head. And now he knows what's coming his direction. Does not need to overextend it. Does not need to... Whoa!
Okay.
What a shot from CK Zhao! Crispy flick on to Try, who had all the advantage. And now SHR goes up the ladder, takes down one. And the bomb will run down to B. I think there might be just enough time for Lash to get this down. Plants safely behind the silo. There's the molly for SHR. In it goes. Out goes Lash, running out of ammo. Able to reload, but will be peeked on, sprayed on, and eventually pounced on by Cello. But he takes SHR down before he falls, making it a very expensive round for Imperial to win. And you would have thought it would have been a lot smoother for Imperial with how things went. The 4 HP pick on to Try, though, did really cause a lot of stir.
I'm not sure why Cello didn't swing the door.
Yeah, especially when his teammate's facing there.
He was shouldering it, trying to get a, show presence, but it was a reload. There was a forced reload coming out of the last Elevate player, and he didn't peek to get the kill, and that eventually leads indirectly to his teammate's death. So more costly across the board given the early engagement, given that final duel. The Imperial at least maintain the momentum. Elevate with the bomb plant will go for a half by Tech9's some utility. And it looks like an A execute as they're lining up utility on the roof of lobby. There it goes. They won't necessarily go out either. Some reactionary Molotovs being thrown. Here they come now. No way. Blinded. Still on top of the silo though. An unexpected spot for sure. Finally cleared. DNC finds that. Z finds a second. He is traded, but still, it's the Tech9's running rampant. We're back to even footing. SHR has been heard to drop, though. He is there, walks through the smoke and up close. He thrives. The op of Try now, a very difficult spot to be in. Nice no-scope on the first. The bomb, though, is dropped over, and it's much like the last round, except this time it's a 1v1 instead of a 2v1.
But Try's got a Tech9. He can use that to close the gap. Running down, making all the noise. Door closes. He knows! He goes for the no-scope! He tries to go flashy! But instead, he's cut down by Lash, who gets the first on the board for Elevate on this T side of Nuke.
Another half
Top
buy.
in his hands now. Yeah, half buy, because Imperial did not win that third round confidently. Had to reinvest heavily into this round. Or the last round, I should say. So this round, this is what they have. And a timeout used as well. I guess Imperial have been forced to respect Elevate here. And that's a situation which Imperial did not want to have. They wanted to run in, run rampant, and run out. Go into stage 2 tomorrow, rested and ready for the competition. But instead, what do they get? A very tight game against Elevate. And exposing a lot of weaknesses to their competition.
Indeed. I'm going to say Elevate won another half buy. It's not the full saves that we've seen them win, but it's still a half buy. It's like 3 of them in this series. Attack pause concludes. Imperial do go for the investment. Famas, M4s, 1 of each, and 2 MP9s. Okay utility on SHR and Vinny, who are your 2 supporting players. That makes sense. The op for Lash comes out very early, and we'll see if it comes out swinging as well. So it looks like it's going over towards top of Marshmallow. And it misses the skill zone. That's a missed smoke as well. Big gap for Vinny to exploit, but he misses the shot. And so the punish is in fact reversed. Try. Bottom secret going to try to buy time. Hold control of this area. Elevate though. Lots of map control early.
Well. Down a man and running out of utility. The CT side has to find a way back in. The The MP9s might be able to salvage things, but a lot's going to rest on the shoulders of Cello and Try with the M4s. Cello, exposed, no way, in a pretty rough spot as well, backs out of Mini. Now learns from his transgression and will actually clear out first vents this time. And Imperial are getting antsy. Zed's going to get a gift. If Cello actually thinks better of going in, that's a smart call. Imperial got called out pushing areas, and now it's No Way's turn to go in towards Squeaky. 33 seconds to 32. Push goes in. Cello's gone down. So does No Way. And Imperial have fallen like flies. The save call has to be initiated. It's so hard to save on Nuke with the bomb radius as immense as it is. And so, Elevate, have 2. Have Imperial on an imminent save. And things are cooking for Elevate here on map 3.
Yes, they are. Worrying signs early on. Where are the 2 players? Try gonna go back of ramp. That should be an acceptable spot to save. MP9 fallback as well, then go grab that AK. That's probably your best bet, or whatever that rifle is. And he doesn't go far enough back, so it's just another loss instead. Only 1 player survives. Should have been 2. And Elevate, off the back of this save, should tie things up at 3 apiece.
Time to find out if Imperial can give him Elevate a taste of their own medicine. The USP's out, the Hero M4. More outside pressure from Elevate, who have had good success early on in this map with it. I will say it is kind of astonishing to me to see how many pros have charms nowadays.
Embrace the change, old man.
It's too distracting for me. I play significantly worse with charmed guns.
It steals my frames.
That too. I mean, I'm running on an old rig at this point.
As am I.
But the
Outside is
wow.
a lot of control. They're all in that smoke. They'll finally run through. They're running down as well. The rifle recovered. CK's out though, drops No in the meanwhile. Actually, the rifle got dropped back of Unbreakable, and the rifle above got dropped as well. It's chaos. I can't even tell what's going on, but as the dust settles, it's just Cello alone in a 1v3. Not known to be here, but he should be anticipated given the stack. Just a USP. I'll try to find one at a timing. He does. At least. Okay! He finds a second. I thought he might not even find the first given that falter, but now he's doing quite well. Looking for that rifle, looking for something to hold on to. It's not there. Now he has to wait. Listen, Zed is stepping around it. Swing comes out. So much damage done. The USP close. The nade. Not far enough. Zed gets by. 12 seconds left. Zed has to fight this. They're both so low. Who's going to win it? Cello trying to go for time. Gets another shot in, but can't get the kill. It's Zed to clutch it up. But that is a clutch round, a clutch situation that begets belief. What is that
So
song
close.
called? Is it the Yakety Sax song? Is that what it's called? The one with the horn where it's like a... You can't look away. It's kind of like a train wreck, you know?
That reference goes over my head, my friend. But I know what you mean. Just... You can't tear your eyes away from the sheer insanity of it. It's a morbid curiosity. And Vinny's about to potentially taste mortality. CK Zhao just runs around, well, walks around, but has somehow found everything but Vinny, who is tucked into Mini and now onto the site proper. Zed's around his broken door, peeked in, takes out Cello, goes to utility, able to get his gun back out. Well, everything's collapsing. SHR's down too. No way flamed out of position, retreating and defending. Imperial. No way back. Just tries dead to rights. And no way. 1 versus 5. Can't even get the 1. Zeed has picked it up. CK Zhao continues his performance. Zeed as well into map 2. And Elevate. 4 straight on the bounce. Continuing to churn forward. This is T-side nuke, folks. T-side nuke to try and bring it back. And take out Imperial. Move on for those sweet VRS points. Upset a major contender in your region. And up against the half, they're going in. Vent drop bomb down first. 3 players make it down. Who's here to receive? It's SHR, and he's dealt with easily by Zed. BNC, another one. Cello gets 1 on the deagle. But what else can he do? Volleyed out of 1 door into the open, and CK Zhao more than up to the task. No way. Gets destroyed. Vinny's got 2, though, but he's got no health. He does not have a kit, so I don't think there's time. Opens that single, opens the double door, flashes single. Taps the bomb, baits out 1, hits the shots, closes it, but Lash coming in the ramp will seal the round. 5 straight for Elevate. And Imperial, timeout again into this gun round, please.
Something, please. It has been ugly. Try is doing his darndest, excuse me. He has his op in hand at long last. I don't think he's had it yet in this map. But he's alone right now. Vinny's actually doing pretty good. Cello is as well, but no way. Completely absent. SHR, not much impact either. And a lot of the kills they're getting, these top players, they feel inconsequential. Vinny got 2 there on the 5-7 and a 1v3, or a 1v4. But realistically didn't have a hope in the round. These kills need to come earlier. They need to be advantages and momentum builders. They're not. They're stemming the bleeding kills. And, well, Cello falls at the first hurdle there. So does Vinny. So does Try. The op doesn't even fire. No way, down to 8. The MP9, it's something. But I can't imagine they'll be allowed to save. Elevate should hunt this down. Elevate should punish these players.
Yeah.
Go from there, and I think BNC might even do that onto No Way. He's trying to walk back into spawn.
He's got the right read. He spots No Way, so at least there's information. Grabs the op. Thinks better of bringing that forward. I guess Lash wants to work free with the M4 or the AK. SHR is going to dive bomb just to try and kill somebody. That's all he
Might
wanted
get
to
the ninja. He could. No, he's off. And there's the round. But he'll get a second kill because of that.
Yep.
But that's an inconsequential kill because they have, what, Zed has quite literally 12 grand in the bank.
Yeah, this T economy is so strong. They've won 6 in a row, and now they call a timeout when they're going to go on a half buy at best.
SHR could get a glass cannon.
Is
Bad
SHR
idea.
the guy you want the glass cannon, though?
Nope.
You have Try on your roster. You'd want to get him the op, which I guess you could... You could glass cannon pistol SHR and get Try the op.
But Try's op has not been inspiring.
No.
It's a half
Not
buy
on this
instead.
one.
Forgot that he had the op for literally 1 round, and it was the last round. But we're gonna half buy. MP9's a light utility. But both teams favored defensively on this map. Elevate are making a mockery of Imperial's defensive side.
Yeah. I mean, Imperial's recent wins against Bestia and Bounty Hunters twice, so not exactly stellar competition. And Elevate definitely making a case that they should be considered a good nuke team. At least for the region. They already opened up the round with a kill onto SHR. 7 rounds on T-side nuke would be spectacular. And what's even scarier too, Nate, is the fact that Imperial have not won anything since round 3 of this half. They won the pistol, won the second, won the third, and nothing else. Nothing else. And No Way almost gets exposed at Unbreakable, too. Try gets flashed in, but he got blinded by it. Everything Imperial are doing is just working out poorly. It's the little details that are failing, and the macro details. But No Way at least will get one back. Seems like such a mountain for Imperial to climb into, though. Try doesn't get anything but damage. No Way spams, but he's just revealed his position. The ramp player and the vents player have to activate to save the round. Time is running out, so at least there is that. And Cello does get one. They expect the flank. One more for Cello. In comes double. Vinny, he's got the kill. Stops the bomb plant. And that should win the round for Imperial on the half by Elevate. Overthink it a little bit too much. Go a little bit too slow. They get picked off. Imperial are back in it. Looking to tie it up at 6.
Trying to redeem themselves, but again, very worrying signs remain for Imperial. No Way having a quiet map. Try having a quiet map. SHR is doing better than he did last time, but still not stellar. And don't even get me started on the flash play for the player secret. Terrible timing, terrible execution across the board. There's some really good micro play. Vinny specifically, that play at the vents, perfectly timed to avoid the Molotov and avoid the crossing players. Expertly done. We need to play expertly as a team, not just expertly individually.
That's been the major difference, too, between these two teams in the last 2 maps. Elevate have been playing as a team. Imperial won their first map thanks to 3 players, not 5. That first half of Dust 2 was because of 3 players, not 5. And when you're not a sum of your parts, but a subtraction of a whole, you're not going to have success.
You aren't. Zed and ramp caught by SHR reaggressing. Elevate, the spacing is suddenly not there. Diozera tries to go in way after the fact, also caught by supplementary Try, who goes to support. Lash and DNC, the final pair, and again, both isolated and alone. DNC will succeed in the first duel against Vinny, who is known to be Garage. Is there anyone holding this flank in heaven?
No.
Surely they'll find a timing. Eventually they'll think, oh, he can be up there and look for it. Yeah, there we go.
It's all done to timing, though. And he's got it.
Timing. Wave No Way. Ash coming out. Caught by the player sitting above and far tucked. Cello gets the kill. Imperial at least close to righting the ship. Does feel a little bit similar to that second map where Elevate struggled at the start and then recovered to a 6-6, but worrying signs still remain for Imperial and now are beginning to show for Elevate.
Yeah, Elevate been so good for about a map and a half, now starting to collapse, basically having the reverse of what happened to Imperial on Dust 2 happening to them now. They have to try and hold on. They have to try and close it out. And things might not go their way. Good start from CK Zhao, though. Try out in the open. Exposed. Doesn't even get much damage at all, if anything. There's another from Zed. Vinny in towards Secret Stairs. Sprays down one almost a second. He is sorely wounded. Zed again, though. Able to find these kills. A teammate a casualty in due turn. But he's getting the trades. SHR watched for by the very same man. 14-6 for him. CK Zhao 14-10. And a 5 HP Vinny. Last alive in a 1 versus 3. In the last round of the half. Smoke goes to heaven where he was thinking of going. And so it becomes a living hell. Vinny. In towards Mini. Time running out. Diozera has fallen. That just reveals his position, though. Molotov to Tetris does nothing. Lash doesn't even need to peek. Zed can just play the long game in towards second. And that's exactly what will happen. 7-5 for Elevate. A lead into the second and potentially final half of this map and this series. We'll see you after the break.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground.
Difficult first half for Imperial, who now find themselves trailing after what it should have been their stronger side of Nuke. It's Pineapple Phillips and Boggs on the mic for potentially the last half of Counter-Strike for today. CK Zhao lash on dualies. And we do have a P250 Super Soldier in try for the opposite side of the equation. Smoke's thrown for the crossing, only I think 2 players there, maybe only 1 actually. And Cello, coming out of Hut for this bait and switch, will succeed in catching Zed, the heavy hitter of Elevate. Lash, though, pushing through Trophy in response, can't get a trade. So it will be a 4 versus 5 going into the retake.
This retake, though, if it works out, will elevate Elevate's position towards new heights in the series. And it's working out so well so far. Just SHR and Cello to defend. Time running out for the defenders. And SHR with 3 taps in quick succession. Incredible work from him. That salvages Imperial's map potentially. At least breathes new life into them. And we'll see what they'll be able to do now against the Elevate 4 spy on the CT side. UMP for CK Zhao. MP9's on 2. A 5-7 for Zeta. Deagle for Diozera has 1 kill.
Yep, I noticed that.
And they're up.
It's an SHR style performance in the last map. It's been Zed and CK Zhao doing that lifting. 15 a pop.
Yeah, last
See the
5 and 7 too.
It's not the op that's been shining for this team.
No. Now, Lash didn't really need to do too much on T side. BNC's been alright as well. Imperial. Need to find new life. If there's one thing you can rely on Nuke, it's usually Vinny plays pretty well on this map.
His individual performance has been stellar.
Yeah. He's always been good on Nuke. I remember a game during Global Challenge. It was Furia with Gary playing. And Vinny dropped 40 on Nuke.
Didn't have to call.
He also got a
Interesting buys.
boatload of frags with a Mag 7.
Oh, Max, I'm saying, Vinny's got an eclectic weapon taste. He had the AUG in map 1. He now has the MP7 in map 3. CK's out, also pulling out that UMP. That won't stop Zed, though, on his 5-7, finding one. Lash also finding a second. Trades have come through, though. We are still sitting at even footing. MP9 on site finds the perfect timing to swing. BNC comes through as they drop. He finds one. CT on site is Lash. He finds one, and CK's out, but Heaven has his back. Elevate. Isolate that pistol round victory and get back into the winner's column really quickly.
Man alive. Elevate. Another half by, force by, underpowered victory against Imperial. It's becoming a shocker. As Elevate inch closer, putting that 13th on the board and relegating Imperial to obscurity in Pro League Season 22. And of course, you have to wonder what the VRS implications of this will do as well for a team like Imperial, which pretty much have to get as many VRS points as possible to get invited to events to get more VRS points so you can qualify for the major. That's the biggest storyline out of this whole qualifier, as well as the VRS implications. Lash, exposed, might get flashed off here, tries prepping that. Lash will start to sense his imminent danger and will back away, sprays away, sees the flash, runs away, doesn't think about sticking around to fight 3, 4, 5 people running through his direction. Instead, all of ramp will be abandoned, and with 52 seconds to go, Imperial will work their way around the map. Cello getting a good pick on Diozera, though, will open up some space potentially. Lash up close, 1, can't get 2. Now it's Imperial's turn with the pistols to try and find success. Zed, however, is still here. He is alive and kicking in, putting kills up on the board for his team. BNC dropping down towards lockers. Will work around as the bomb goes down. Zed is wounded, but he's already in the tunnels. Vinny, try, also low on health. Try and Vinny, this little crossfire setup here, or try and no way rather. That Molotov though, so well timed, so well placed, tries back, but it doesn't matter. K headshot will win the duel. And BNC with it all to do with CK's out. BNC knows where they both are. Try up in control, has control of the round. And Imperial claw back again. The force by wars looming across with 3 players on double eco. You have to assume that they are about to begin.
Yes, you do. What is the buy from Elevate, though? They're on the CT side. That makes buying back against this all the more difficult. That economy is bad. M4 for CK's out. Eagle, 5.7s, MP9. Imperial reading into it well as well. Vinny going for that Mac 10. Smokes across. Imperial want to be ahead of those smokes. They're trying to slowly inch their way forward. Spam from the Deagle does so much through the smoke. Try down to 3 HP without taking a fight proper. Imperial send 80% of the team down towards Secret, with Vinny lurking up in towards the lobby. Elevate have 2 players here ready to stop this play.
Damage has been dealt, but that Molotov will limit the impact of the M4 in this take. BNC up close and personal. get the bomb, but he'll get one instead. Tries to back away. I don't know why he flips around there instead of just trying to take that second. Gets traded out nicely, but CK Zhao will return the favor.
Tries low.
Yeah.
And he can find this player, Tetris. Seed gets the kill. That's the big one. Try will attempt to trade. There's now support in heaven. That Deagle does so much to no way. That should be the round done and dusted. Lash gets one. The nade. Do a good, decent chunk of damage, but not really enough. Seed dancing. Falls, but Lash is quick on the trade, and there's a flank for a good measure. It is the Force by Wars Bogs, but no bomb plant means that Imperial's Force Spy is now also going to be lackluster. In fact, they might even just save.
Vinny's on double eco, so is No Way. They kind of have to. And they really have begun in earnest now. Z doesn't have a gun. He only has a USP. Okay, there's an MP9 that he buys in spawn. So that's a big issue. That's a big mistake off spawn. And look at the ramp control here gained. Also, I don't think the vent drop worked. I don't think there's anyone in the back lines, but it's a good little fall from Diozetta. Buys some time with the Molotov. Still on 1 kill. Has not yet activated. Lash spots one outside, and Vinny actually did make it down the vents. CK Zhao, will he clear him out? Vinny passes behind him, finds him now. AK upgrade in the back line. Diozetta drummed up by No Way, and Cello will be the lurk outside found. However, Elevate on the outside looking into this B site might even just be better served to save.
They are. Cutting ties with the round. They don't want to go back for more force buys and backs and forths. Gonna save. Try to get some weapons for these two players, CK Zhao and Diozera, in the next instead. Imperial keeping it close at least, but still trailing. No one wants to hunt. Everybody on Imperial wants to build up that bank so they can finally settle down and stop going for these scrappy investments.
Yeah, when everyone's just forcing back and forth, buying in with whatever they have, you can never really build up a secure situation. And we're going to have a technical pause as Diozetta has fallen victim to a disconnect. Unsure of the reason why, but hopefully we'll be back into this one. No, he's already back. So, that was fast.
Match medic real quick.
No, he didn't have anything bought. He was dropped that M4.
Oh, he dropped the M4.
So we won't even need that match medic to happen.
Sweet.
Yeah. Makes it better for everybody, right?
I mean, it makes it about 15 seconds faster.
Or maybe we will get a match medic? I don't think we will, because he's already bought up. He didn't have anything on him. I guess they're just waiting for both teams to be ready to end the tech.
Sounds like they're agreeing to something in the chat. There we go.
Yep. Ready
Pause concluded.
.r in chat.
Elevate. It's okay. 3 M4 or 3 rifles with them being an AK. Imperial 4 AKs, 1 MP9. We're still on that cusp. We're still at that point where either team can be reset. So, round to round is still very important, very critical, especially as we get to these later rounds of this game. Match number is 13, of course.
Z'd out red, trying to have another massive round. Him and CK Zhao, the main catalysts of success. Z'd with one. Doesn't hold the angle for the repeat, though. Again, so many times, Elevate players go for the fight. They don't hold. They turn their backs on the angle. That's the fastest peak for an opposition player. And they're lucky to get out of this with a man advantage. The kill from Blash is the only reason why this isn't a 4 versus 4 with Imperial having more space to gain. And now with Vinny picking off BNC's aggression, it is a 3 versus 3, but CK Zhao is right there to trade it back. Try walking down the ladder, on the ladder, up the ladder, all but dead. As CK Zhao meets his maker at the hands of Cello. In towards B they can go. Diozera, I believe he's down low. Actually might have gone up top, gotten an M4. Yeah, he's in Squeaky now. Been playing a lot of B
Still
side.
blacktop.
Oh my gosh.
Try finally figured out. Cello going for the double wrap around A. And it seems it's already been read. The Molotov was thrown up heaven. 20 seconds left. Cello got ahead of it, but he's now known.
That Molly buys some time though.
Let's him get the plant. Diozera needs to swing as Lash comes up the fence. And it's a little bit delayed, but it works. It works. I was worried that the spray might transfer or you get that reset, but Diozera swings at the right time, gets the defuse. Not clean, not pretty, but they might have finally worn Imperial down enough to force them into a save.
There's no way. Imperial, if they save here, would be a massive departure from their typical strategy, which has been to force into everything, which has been to push with everything. And it's Elevate who are actually calling a timeout here, which is an interesting call. I think they really want to ensure that they don't make any mistakes. And so this is what Imperial are going to do. They're going to half buy Hero Rifle on Vinny. He bought the armor, No Way bought the AK. Maybe a couple of pistol up. Never mind. Okay, yeah, SHR is going to sell. There was no way they would have gone for this kind of a buy, then have SHR go all the way down to nothing. Cello, he can buy a pistol. No Way can buy a pistol. Get a couple P250s, Tech 9s around this AK. You might have a little bit of something, get a bomb down, and strengthen your buy into round number 20. But this is a round where you really are looking at conceding to Elevate, which is going to get them 2 away from the series and 2 away from moving on to stage 2 of this qualifier tomorrow, being one of the top 8 teams in the South American region to try and qualify for Pro League. And the boost for Vinny yields nothing. He takes 22 damage and has to back away. Massive disappointment in the beginning.
Yes, it is. Really trying to be that spearhead. Maybe at least a second, maybe the third man in. Lineup comes in, and he goes down. Another headshot in. Zed is also here as support. Cello, the last man standing. No bomb. He at least has the AK. Never mind. No, he doesn't. The nade does him in. And Elevate, a succinct way to 11. We thought for sure, I thought for sure, at least the round was going to be bloody and long. But Elevate have begun to at least stabilize, and not a moment too soon.
Not a moment too soon, and for Imperial, far too quickly. They did not give themselves a route for success, an easy one anyway. They've won 3 rounds on this T-half, but Elevate are the first team in this half to win 2 consecutive. That's how back and forth this second half has been. With it all on the line. Elimination. A veteran roster that was just at the most recent major a month ago in Imperial. Struggling against their younger brothers. More regional up-and-comers in Elevate. ENC spraying away. Taken down by No Way. The buy is back out, but CK's out. Only good for 1. Lash can't connect. Cello chimes in. And Imperial might have just won this round by default of this save. And indeed they have. The money's not there for the CT side. And despite losing 2 in a row, Imperial find a way to get essentially a free round off of 3 kills in. Cello single-handedly opens up the site. And Imperial up down 9 to 11. But up in the economy game. And this one's not over yet. It's going to continue to waffle back and forth.
All but guaranteed. It feels like it's become a map at this point very heavily reliant on the individual pop-offs. If somebody can get a nice 2 or 3K, that's just enough to get you across the line. It's become very scrappy, very aggressive. Imperial not even going for the yard control. For the last 2 rounds, the pistol and then the second, they've just gone for straight plays out towards the site. Straightforward, simple Counter-Strike. No defaults, no lurks. Just letting players train in and get kills.
Yeah. Set your stars up for success, which right now are Cello and Vinny. Try No Way and SHR in particular has had a much better game. No Way and Try heating up more on this T side. But for Try, it's been a massive underperformance. No Way, I think you could say the same thing, too. Cello's been their most consistent player. And Vinny, of course, having his day in the sun on Nuke. Cello outer yard. It's a matter of smoke timing. He seems to sneak through. Vinny, down to the bench. He's done this before, and he's watched for. Great read and adjustment from Diozetta. SHR is down the ramp. And look at the rotation. Cello's here late. He can backstab them and ruin the party for Elevate. But he only goes first. And not BNC down on the stairwell. One on the MP9 up close. It's a shredder. But he's traded out instantly by No Way. 3 versus 3, but he took a dink. So much rides on this round for Imperial, and Zeed's come through to help out. The man in the back line removed. No Way on 13 HP. Crossfire with Try works for 2. And Lash has a nade. But will it land true? Will it go deep enough to find No Way? It will not. He's not even tickled. He's oh so low. The bomb's in the open. They're toying with him. They're playing with him. And Lash has no time and will not survive. 10 to Imperial and no money to Elevate. A tie game at 11 all. Imminent. Unless Elevate have more magic on the ecos, on the half buys. They've done it before, but no time more important than right now.
Imperial have clawed it back. It gets belief. Rounds are now very down to the wire, very impactful. That crossfire in control and towards double. Stupendous and expertly played. No Way on low HP, not faltering with his aim. The pistols, I believe, boosted up outside of credit card, looking initially for top Marshmallow, but now looking for the yard. 3 Deagles, a PT-50, just boost up ramp. I don't know if it'll be cleared. Vinny's lurk has been getting exploited more and more. There gets a dink, I believe, through the edge of that box, and so SHR does him in instead. No Way catches BNC trying to get aggressive off of that contact. And this time around, it doesn't seem like the pistols will prevail.
Well, the bomb's still exposed. If this flank from CK Zhao works out, he has armor too, so he grabs an AK, he gets 2 kills, the round begins to turn on its head. Should Elevate win this round? No. Have we seen crazier things this series? Yes. And that's exactly why you have to believe something is possible. But if Zeed can't get that kill, Lash falls with nothing, it really becomes nigh impossible. CK Zhao at least gets 1. Moves around outside. Bomb will go down safely. CK Zhao works around using Tetris' cover. Nice little peek around by Try. Not red at all. And we're tied up here. We do actually get a round that works as it should for the first time in this half.
Pleasant surprise.
It is. Long time coming.
Full M4s versus full AK. Zeed and BNC lacking some utility. No kit in play, which is concerning given how many bomb plans we have seen. Zeed, sell your helmet, buy a kit. There's no reason to have a helmet against AKs. Imperial. Back to showing some yard presence. Zeed has crossed into secret. This is an adjustment. Will he be cleared is the question.
Utility running dry for the CT side already. Minute 18 to go. No kit either. Just 2 flashes of smoke and a nade. Meanwhile, Cello has opened the door for Imperial. They're beginning to take a lead. Falling to Mustang. BNC out of position. Blinded as well. No Way puts him down. And Cello begins to enter in with No Way leading the charge. Lash coming up heaven. Has utility. CK Zhao is smoked off for now. Waiting for it to fade so he can pop in. And he'll get 1 through that smoke on the spam. Able to get a reload off as well. Utility also running out for Imperial. No bomb plant yet. 2 up in heaven, too. CK's out falling is huge. Zed goes to utility. He's able to get out alive this time, but Diozetta, better late than never, gets a big one. Lash the trade as well, as Diozetta did damage onto Cello, leaving Vinny in a 1 versus 2 to keep Imperial ahead here in this series and stave off an elevate match point going into the last round of regulation. 1 from Vinny. He drops down the vents and goes to B. 18 seconds he has to plant it. Rotation in fast from Zed. No kit. Time's not really going to be a big factor. Back silo plant. It's going to come down to a headshot here. If Zed gets lucky, Vinny can be dead to 1. But it's Vinny, who only needs 1 shot to anything, who gets Imperial to match point here late in the game. But much better late than never if you're Imperial. They just have to win 1 more round, and they can breathe a sigh of relief and prepare for tomorrow.
4 in a row now for Imperial. Elevate. Compromised investments, but when their backs are against the wall, it's when they thrive. We've seen it throughout the series. MP9's Famasis and Dreams. Cello up top, Marshmallow spots 1 MP9. Can't get the kill though. Imperial grouping up. 4 in towards trophy, 1 out, showing presence in the yard. How many players do we have at ramp? Just 1. Steel Zero, I think he got a spot there, but they're ahead of the Molotov. Try good execution on the entry. Looking for the second. The spray is wild. And so Try will take damage, but he still stands nonetheless. Imperial aren't committing to this ramp play either. They're actually doubling back. They want to catch somebody being aggressive.
They won't catch CK Zhao, and Lash will finally finish off Try. He's going to get hunted by SHR, but there's already a rotation down to B2. The nade's going to go too far, and SHR gets dinked. 3 versus 3 with HP favoring the CT side, but No Way brings it back. 3 versus 2. Zed's up and Cello's watching. Not expected! CK Zhao has to do it all. He's been the hero, and he turns away. It's all on timing. SHR up in the heavens. CK Zhao up! And he survived. AK upgrade. 30 seconds on the block. Bomb needs to go down. The spray does not connect. The taps do not find their mark. And so CK Zhao, 1 versus 2, drops to ground. No kit. Time has won. No Way, half HP. CK Zhao takes us to overtime as No Way runs in. The nade out for Cello betrays him. And we are not done yet.
They didn't hear the drop. I swear there was a sound cue. I swear I heard it, and yet they didn't hear the drop. Cello was throwing utility into heaven. If he just had his gun out and his teammate swung off contact, it would be curtains. We would not require extra Counter-Strike. And yet here we are. Tensions are high. And I dare say even boiling over at this point. Because this has been a barn burner of a series. Right when it looked like Imperial righted the ship. Right when it looked like they were finally back to form. Right when I thought they were showing us why they're the number 3 seed. It crumbles in a very elementary, very basic level. And now, Elevate need to exploit this lifeline given to them. A tremendous 1v2 from the man who has emerged at the top of the scoreboard for not only his team, but the server. 26 for CK Zhao. And now both teams' economic woes are behind them. Now they have investments. Now they have ops in play. We haven't seen those for a while. Imperial struggling right when it looked like they had reached calmer seas.
They can't escape yet. We still continue on. Cello clearing glaive, working outside. This is the first real full buy op M4 utility round we've seen this entire half, or I guess for the second half of this map. It was all back and forth. CK Zhao will get a spot. Such a low amount of damage. It's trivial. Molotov Molotov into double doors. Imperial moving slowly through Secret. I think they found their way in. It's up the vents to A, possibly. Vinny's lurking, too, and CK Zhao's getting aggressive. Elevate's tendency to push might just betray them, but CK Zhao wins the fight. It's all timing, and Vinny gets the worst end of it. CK Zhao is dinged, and now in comes the B hit. Diosat has made noise. Lashes over towards Gubby. Has to take a peek. It's a Zed and Diosat, though, that get the kills. Lash is still hiding with the op in hand. The bomb yet to go down. The bomb yet to come out. The bomb has to be planted. And No Way needs to find something back in. It's a 5 versus 2 in the favor of Elevate. First round of overtime on the CT side. 2 big ones from No Way. Cello strikes again. And the bomb can get planted. But look at the health. The nade is there. Zed will let it fly. Finds its mark, but not in time. No Way, one more headshot, has the read, but BNZ crouches under the crosshair, finds the way to win the round, and Elevate escape with a 13-12 lead. First overtime round converted. It's first to 16. We've reverted to MR15.
Back to the good old days of CSGO. The score. Still, again, solid buy for both teams. Try seemingly at a crossroads. Does he want an op? Does he want an AK? And there you go. It's an AK in his hands. More versatile. I respect the call. Smokes outside phone by a try. Rushing out the yard for Zed, who's slowly crossing. Back red. Better of it. Heavy of utility used in the outside yard. Let's try again. Goes for utility lineups in towards A. It appears to be what that utility's for, but majority of this team is crossing Secret instead. A bit of a fake, perhaps, in towards the upper site.
They've put a lot of pressure on A consistently. CK Zhao will get tested first, running right into Vinny. Neither one spotting the other. And finally, CK Zhao gets the read. I don't know what cued him in. Maybe he saw the gun barrel through the vent. That's what I'm thinking he saw. And Vinny's done. First domino falls on the Imperial T side, but B again to be exploited. 3 players of 4 down in the lower tunnels. Last A player does get 1. Try takes a lot of damage out of that, but that's a big kill as the bomb goes down for free on B. The rotations are coming in, but there's a Molotov to wall off the door. And Lash is looking for something, but he'll find a nade that does 14 damage to him. Trying to entry in with an op is a bold move, and it does not pay off as No Way removes his head from his body. Another big one from No Way around the corner. Zed trying to get something done from single door, but they're just passing in front of him, waving around. CK Zhao comes in. Can he do it again? Zed, CK Zhao, keeping in. 1 falls, both fall. And we're tied again. 13 all. Last round of the first half of overtime. Elevate desperately want that extra on the CT side.
Yes, they do. Both teams struggled offensively, both getting 5 out of the 12 rounds. Slight struggle, but still a struggle nonetheless. 2 would give Elevate a little bit more breathing to use. See out from Elevate to adjust. Nothing crazy just yet. Lash down Secret is an interesting change.
Slower pace mid-round from Imperial again. trying to bait Elevate out into these pushes. Diozera exposed over on ramp. Will he be exposed by timing? Drops the Molotov in, but still wins the fight against No Way. Might even get out of this alive, too, and does just that. He's had a really tough map, but he's able to come up with a clutch kill here, try and push Elevate on to 14.
Cello.
He's found a gap.
There's no one out in the yard, which means they should be at least holding Heaven, if not abandoning it and looking at it every once in a while. Let's see what they are doing. Actually holding the cross from Mini. It doesn't matter. Cello's ready for that. Player hiding from Heaven is now Vinny's for the taking. One more player. CK's out. Heavy hitter. Trying to keep this A site under wraps. He gets one. Cello's now in Heaven. CK's out, has to make a move, and Try is ready for it. Op and M4 versus 3. And Lash caught from Heaven. 2 are in that area now. Diozera. He started off the round. Now he has to clutch it. Now he has to show us. He's been quiet for a reason. He's ready for this clutch. The ladder he goes. Up on the ladder he is. And that is where he falls. SHR holding that. Holding hell. And that's just too hard of an angle to take the fight from. 14-13 in favor of Imperial as they go to the CT side. 2 rounds and they will close it. 2 rounds and they will survive to stage 2 of this ESL Pro League South American qualifier. But if they only get 1, back to another bout of overtime.
They have the op for Try. Kit's on 3. Try's going to try and rule the outside. Can he return to his form? He's picked it up. In fact, everybody on Imperial has picked it up towards the tail end of this game.
Yes, everybody.
They're all within 6 kills at the top. Meanwhile, Diozera still sub-double digits. CK Zhao has 30. It's been the CK Zhao show. Zed as well. Lash has been there here and there. BNC's been there here and there, but not nearly enough. If there's one time for Elevate to have all their players become the sum of their parts once again, this would be it. To pull off the massive upset. To gain precious VRS points. To set themselves up for success. That's what's at stake here. Elevate playing this so slow. They've barely moved anywhere. 38 seconds to go.
They're lining up A utility. Are they going to go for it? I think they're trying to wait for B and C to get something.
But he's seen nothing.
He's seen nothing. He's have to go up to vents and just execute with them. 20 seconds. He's going to throw the fake at B. That's the call. No smoke though for that. And Imperial aren't biting. Fellow mollied off, but he gets one. Knows it's a second here. Can't quite get it. And instead, CK Zhao actually finds one with his teammate. No Way gets Diozera. 7 seconds left. Bomb has to go down. And now, Lash gets one. CK Zhao second. They got the plant? No.
What?
They didn't get the plant. Try. Hiding in ramp wins the round. And that is a tragedy.
That's a spine shatterer.
That might be the final straw that, yeah, not even just breaks, but shatters the camel's back.
Vinny's got the AUG back. He's always loved that gun. Elevate broken, though.
They're back on the roof. We'll see how long they sit here. SHR. True trophy. And he's just going to fall away. There's all the information. Imperial. Just want to hold this site, but Zed isn't going to make it easy. 2 down below in this smoke. One of them has the off. It's Try. Elevate will go back to cutting contact. Congo lining over towards Trophy. They've been given control of ramp, excuse me. They'll still clear it out with due diligence. And now they'll double back, hoping for some aggression. They got Z'd into position. Imperial are needing to spread out now because of it. 2 going down towards B. No way playing fast towards the vents. He's actually going to go into the smoke. This could make or break the round. 25 seconds left. It should fade here at any moment. These 2 are lined up for No Way. Lined up for him. He gets 1, not the second or the third. Some good damage and all the information, though. Try on the ladder. He gets 1 while no scoping. And Vinny swings out from that. 10 seconds left. Zine will get 1. But 6 seconds and no bomb. It is over. They let time get away from them 2 rounds in a row. And sure, a little bit of luck is required for Try to get the no scope. But Imperial survived to day 2 and Elevate. That is a spirit-shattering loss.
Oh, they came so close and ended oh so far of stage 2. The T side, they ran out of gas, they ran out of time. In a back shatterer of a loss. They hung in for so long. They weathered the battering they faced on their own map pickup train. 13-5. They turn it around. Take Dust 2 from Imperial with brute force and determination to bring it to this map. They battle back for overtime on this map and collapse at the final hurdle. That is painful for Elevate.
Got too intricate, got too complex, got too scared, I think is the best way to put it. Elevate really were at their best when they were pushing on the CT side, when they were probing for information, when they were going for presses on the side of the map that there was no contact being taken on. And when it came down to it, they got too respectful. They let it get down to the wire. And I feel like they did defeat themselves, but I feel like they can still hold their head high and that they proved the number 3 seed in this qualifier can bleed, and they can bleed a lot.
They made Imperial hemorrhage. They tore off a couple of limbs in this loss. And for Elevate, yes, I think you have to take that point of view out of this match. Yes, you could have won. But you could have just beaten Imperial. That is something you should take as momentum moving forward. But it is Imperial who move forward to stage 2 tomorrow by the skin of their teeth. They're bruised, broken, and battered. But can they reform? Rejuvenated for a tomorrow showdown in stage 2. Commiserations to Elevate. We'll see Imperial tomorrow, and we'll see you all here tomorrow as well. Stage 2 of the ESL Pro League Season 22 South American Qualifier begins tomorrow. So until then, have a great night.
Come play with us.